Chapter 1764. Charge! Dragon King and Empyrean Fairy shouted in unison. Langia Pavilion was on the verge of collapse. They were very clear that something must have happened. Dragon King could not wait to find out. In addition, he was also very worried about the Dragon God fragment. That was a treasure that he had been longing for a long time. He did not know if the enemy had taken advantage of it. If the enemy had really merged with the Dragon God fragment, it meant that the following battle would be even more brutal. Dragon King did not dare to continue thinking. The more he thought, the more flustered he became. There was only one thought in his mind. Charge! Bang! With a sweep of his dragon tail, a few dragon slayers were cut in half. With a flash of golden light, he transformed back into his human form. With a whoosh, he passed through the dragon slayers with difficulty. Empyrean Fairy was already injured, but she was still in good spirits. Following Dragon King's footsteps closely, they passed through many dragon slayers and disappeared at the staircase. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded in the air of the Dragon Seal world. The Dragon Clan's army appeared. They followed Dragon King and the others and arrived at the underwater Dragon Palace. Naturally, they also discovered the huge black hole. Following the black hole, they successfully arrived at the Dragon Seal world. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, the Dragon Slayers who were guarding outside Langia Pavilion launched a fierce attack. The Dragon Clan's morale was high after their first victory. They overcame their fear of the Dragon Slayers and charged down without a care for their own safety. Immediately, the outside of Langia Pavilion became a chaotic battlefield. The Golden Dragon and the rest of the Dragon Clan were saved. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, the Golden Dragon roared, "Dragon envoys, the enemy has already gone to the inverted Langia Pavilion. The Dragon God fragment is in danger. We must immediately go and support." The few dragon envoys were frightened and shouted, "Quickly go and support Dragon King." Whoosh! 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 Most of the Dragon Clan flew to the inverted Langia Pavilion, including the Golden Dragon. When they arrived at the inverted Langia Pavilion, they realized that it was in chaos. Ruins were everywhere, and the scattered tombstones were telling the story of what had just happened. "Ah!" the Dragon Clan exclaimed, their eyes were red. The owners of these tombstones were the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. But now, their dragon souls were sucked away by the Dragon Slayers. How could they not be angry? The flames of anger had been ignited and spread rapidly among the Dragon Clan. Kill, exterminate the Dragon Slayers. The Dragon Envoy raised his arms and shouted. Everyone else followed suit, and an earth-shattering roar soared into the sky. The Dragon Clan rushed into the Langia Pavilion like a tide. Wherever they passed, it was a mess. Soon after, they encountered the Dragon Slayers. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. There was no need for any superfluous words. The dragons flew towards the Dragon Slayer without the slightest bit of fear from before. The Dragon Slayers did not take the Dragon Clan seriously at all. Just now, they even let the Dragon King and the Empyrean Fairy escape. They were already full of anger. Immediately, they flew towards the Dragon Clan. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Fresh blood trickled down the stairs and into the depths of Langia Pavilion. In the inverted Langia Pavilion, the lower the floors were. Fresh blood flowed down the stairs and dyed the Langia Pavilion blood red. The stench of blood filled the air in Langia Pavilion. It was nauseating. Whether it was the Dragon Clan or the Dragon Slayers, they did not care about the stench of blood. They only had one goal in mind, to destroy the other party. The Dragon Slayers were not inferior to the Dragon Clan. At first, the Dragon Slayers left, so the Dragon Clan smoothly gained the upper hand. However, the Langia Pavilion was filled with the elites of the Dragon Slayers. They were the masters of the masters. After the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Slayers clashed, there were casualties. There were casualties on both sides, but the Dragon Clan had more casualties. A dragon envoy also died in the hands of the Dragon Slayers. Some of the other dragon envoys were also injured. However, none of the Dragon Clan retreated. They all gritted their teeth and persevered. The Golden Dragon was covered in blood. He looked like a blood dragon. The holy whip in the Golden Dragon's hand was also dyed red. One by one, the dragon slayers fell under the holy whip. This was destined to be a long battle. No one could stay out of it. No one could escape. However, this successfully stopped the dragon slayers from advancing to the floors in front and protected the dragon souls and tombs of the dragon clan ancestors behind. On the 17th floor, the battle between Tang Zheng and the leader was getting more and more intense. When the Dragon King and the Empyrean Fairy arrived, they saw the mess and the intense battle. Both of them were shocked. At this moment, they realized a lot of things. They knew that they were no match for the other party, especially the Dragon King. He was originally not weaker than Tang Zheng, but now that Tang Zheng had integrated too many Dragon God fragments, the Dragon King could not catch up. They have all integrated the Dragon God fragments. The Dragon King's eyes dimmed. His heart was bleeding. He had been coveting the Dragon God fragments, but they were all taken advantage of. He did not even have any soup left. What should we do? The Dragon King was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After the Empyrean Fairy recovered from her shock, she calmed down. She had already accepted that Tang Zheng was stronger than her. Seeing that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, she was relieved. Traitor, you have also integrated the Dragon God fragments. The Dragon King gritted his teeth and roared at the leader. While dealing with Tang Zheng, the leader glanced at the Dragon King and said in disdain, "A mere Dragon King dares to talk nonsense in front of me. So what if I have integrated the Dragon God fragments? If not for the old Dragon King's interference, I would be the real Dragon God." Shameless boasting. With your ability, you can never become the Dragon God. The Dragon King retorted. The leader snorted in disdain. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the Dragon King. With a wave of his dragon claw, a silver light flew towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King was facing a great enemy and hurriedly channeled his energy. With a loud bang, the Dragon King retreated quickly and only stopped when he hit the wall. The Dragon King spat out a mouthful of blood. The enemy's casual attack was so powerful that even the Dragon King could not block it. Just how powerful was he? The Dragon King was in disbelief. With an ashen face he said, "The Dragon God fragments are so powerful. It's a pity that this traitor took advantage of it." He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood again. The leader disdainfully said to Tang Zheng, "Other than you, no one in the Dragon Clan can fight against me. Where did you come from? How come I never knew that the Dragon Clan had an expert like you?" Tang Zheng and the leader fought fiercely, and both sides fell into a stalemate. The longer the battle, the more agitated the pure yang energy in his body became. At first, he had a way to suppress it. But as time passed, he found that he could not suppress the pure yang energy anymore. This caused his fighting strength to gradually decline. He had integrated more Dragon God fragments and could originally suppress the enemy. But the reality was so cruel that he could not do anything. He looked at the Dragon King and the Empyrean Fairy and anxiously shouted, "Back off, you are not his match." Haha. The leader laughed proudly. The Dragon King's eyes narrowed. He was unafraid of death. With a roar, he rushed towards the leader without caring about his injuries. The Empyrean Fairy also moved. She did not rush towards the leader. Instead, she used her petite body to dash through the gap between Tang Zheng and the leader and rushed to the 18th floor. "I know that the recent updates are really bad. There are too many things and I don't want to find any excuses. The story is coming to an end. I will slowly finish it." Chapter 1765. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens directly rushed to the 18th floor. This scene gave everyone a fright. The leader of the Dragon Slayers roared, "How dare you? Stop!" Whoosh! The Empyrean Fairy was even faster, disappearing from the corridor in the blink of an eye. A smile appeared on Tang Zheng's face as he stood in front of the leader, not giving him a chance to chase. A strange look flashed across the Dragon King's eyes. He did not have much of a relationship with the Empyrean Fairy after all, but she had beaten him to it. But he had no choice. The enemy was too strong. He and Tang Zheng could only work together to stop the enemy from advancing. "Get lost!" The leader roared hysterically, forcing Tang Zheng and the Dragon King to retreat. But the two did not stop and rushed up crazily again. The leader did not fight back. He pretended to be polite and evaded, but his eyes were fixed on the stairs leading to the 18th floor. Tang Zheng knew what the leader was thinking. He said jokingly, "If you want to go up, you have to go through us first." The Dragon King was worried that the Empyrean fairy would beat him to it, but he knew that he could not let the leader go up to the 18th floor. So in comparison, he was more willing to maintain the current situation. He made up his mind and stared at the leader aggressively, saying, "Traitor, how can you touch the things left behind by the dragon god?" The leader snorted in disdain, saying, "I have already merged with many fragments of the dragon god. As long as I merge with the last fragment, the world will be mine." Wishful thinking. Tang Zheng and the Dragon King shouted at the same time, and rushed up without caring about their own safety. The battle between the three parties was very intense. It was frightening, and the aftermath of the battle was constantly hurting Langia. Langia was on the verge of collapse. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the 18th floor, attracting their attention. What was going on? 3 pairs of eyes looked at the 18th floor at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. A few more loud sounds came, and Langia shook even more violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Charge. The same thought appeared in the minds of the 3 of them at the same time. They gave up on killing each other, and rushed towards the 18th floor like arrows released from a bow. Tang Zheng was originally blocking the staircase, so he suddenly turned around and took the lead to rush to the front. The chief was only a small step behind, and he followed closely behind. The Dragon King followed behind the chief, and the 3 figures passed through the corridor in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Tang Zheng rushed to the 18th floor, and a dazzling light shot out. Instead, he opened his eyes wide, unwilling to miss a single detail. Ah! When he saw the scene in the dazzling light, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Dragon horn. He saw a huge dragon horn floating in the air, but there were no other fragments of the dragon god. Why is it a dragon horn and not a dragon god fragment? Tang Zheng was confused. However, he was immediately attracted by another scene. He saw the Empyrean fairy fall to the ground and look at the dragon horn in despair. "What's going on?" Tang Zheng hurriedly asked. "There's something wrong with this dragon horn. I can't get close to it at all," the Empyrean fairy said dejectedly. "The dragon horn is mine." The chief rushed to the 18th floor, and directly rushed towards the dragon horn in the air. How could Tang Zheng let him succeed? He jumped and shouted, "In your dreams!" Both sides stretched out their dragon claws at the same time. 1 gold and 1 silver. They grabbed at the dragon horn at the same time. Just as the 2 dragon claws were about to touch the dragon horn, a formless energy surged out from the dragon horn. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud sounds, Tang Zheng and the chief were sent flying by a powerful force at the same time. Bang! They slammed into the wall before stopping. But in the next second, they had already turned over and were staring at the dragon horn in shock. At this time, the Dragon King also arrived on the 18th floor. He stared at the dragon horn in surprise and exclaimed, "The horn of the dragon god." His eyes were shining, unwilling to move away from the dragon horn for even a moment. The chief said fiercely, "It's just the horn of that damned dragon god. What's there to be surprised about?" Tang Zheng retorted, "Since you look down on it so much, then don't try to steal it." "Why not? Once I fuse with the divine power of this dragon god's horn, you won't be my match at all," the chief said proudly. Although there were no fragments of the dragon god on the 18th floor, the divine power contained within this dragon god's horn was even more powerful. Naturally, they all wanted to take it for themselves. Tang Zheng curled his lips and said, "Don't boast so early. It's not that easy to fuse with this dragon horn." The chief couldn't refute. They had already tried just now, but the powerful backlash made them flinch. Tang Zheng was in no hurry to steal it. Instead, he helped the Empyrean fairy up and asked with concern, "How are you?" The Empyrean fairy bit her lip and shook her head. "I'm fine. My chi and blood were shaken just now. I'm much better now." Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief and said, "You go back first. We'll deal with the enemy first." Whoosh! The chief was unwilling to give up. Although he had already failed once, he still resolutely rushed towards the dragon horn. The Dragon King revealed a nervous expression, But Tang Zheng didn't move and curled his lips playfully. Tang Zheng had already tried it once, and he was well aware that this dragon horn was not so easy to obtain. Bang! Sure enough, with a muffled sound, the chief was sent flying back and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Ha ha! Tang Zheng laughed loudly. Do you really think that dragon horn is that easy to obtain? The Dragon King let out a sigh of relief. The chief got up in a flustered and exasperated manner, and glared fiercely at Tang Zheng before looking at the dragon horn unwillingly. What kind of restriction did this damn dragon horn set up? The chief also saw the clues and said indignantly. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "It's a restriction that you can't break." I can't break it, but can you break this restriction? The chief retorted sarcastically. Tang Zheng shrugged indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I can't break it. As long as it doesn't fall into your hands, it's a victory." The chief was speechless. He was determined to get the dragon horn. If he didn't get the dragon horn, he wouldn't be able to complete it. Tang Zheng was different. As long as he kept the dragon horn, he would have won. Why don't I give it a try? The Dragon King said expectantly. As the Dragon King, he couldn't fuse with the Dragon God fragment. If he could get the dragon horn, it would be a huge compensation for him. You can give it a try, Tang Zheng generously said. The chief wanted to refute, but he didn't have the right or the way to do so. He could only glare fiercely at the Dragon King. The Dragon King ignored him and soared into the sky, flying towards the dragon horn. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the Dragon King was also sent flying back. He was in an even more sorry state than the chief. Ha ha ha! The chief laughed wildly. Even I can't do anything. Do you think that with your half-baked skills, you can take the dragon horn for yourself? The Dragon King lowered his head in disappointment. As a result, it became a stalemate. No one could take the dragon horn for themselves. Chapter 1766. The few of them looked at each other, and then looked at the dragon horn. There was nothing they could do, and no one rushed forward blindly. Everyone knew that it would be futile. Tang Zheng did not covet the dragon god's horn. As long as it did not fall into the hands of the dragon slayer's leader, everything would be fine. He gave the Dragon King a look and said, "Dragon King, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we let him slip away, there will be endless trouble in the future, and it will be difficult to find him again." The Dragon King understood and already understood Tang Zheng's intention. His gaze immediately locked onto the leader. The Dragon Clan had long hated this person to the bone, especially the Dragon King. If it were not for him, the Dragon Clan would not be in such dire straits. The Dragon King's status would be higher, and there would be no need to hide like now. The Dragon King nodded without hesitation and took a stance. "Come, we have to settle the score from back then." Tang Zheng and the Dragon King formed a triangle and attacked the leader, leaving him no chance to escape. As for the staircase, it was blocked by the two of them, not giving the leader a chance to escape. "Then let's settle this. Let's see if you die or I live." The leader roared and took the lead to rush out. Tang Zheng and the Dragon King met him at the same time. Immediately, an earth-shattering battle began. The Empyrean fairy retreated step by step, and only stopped when she reached the wall. She looked at this scene in a daze. Smacking her lips, she muttered to herself, "The 9th stage of the Mahayana realm is really powerful." Tang Zheng and the Dragon Slayer's leader's combat power seems to be above the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm. The Empyrean fairy's insight was very unique. Tang Zheng and the leader were indeed undergoing subtle changes. At first, the leader's cultivation must have surpassed Tang Zheng's, and he was one step away from the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm. He already had an intuition that he would break through to another mysterious realm. He was no stranger to this realm. Many times, he had touched the threshold of this realm. It was as if he was only a layer away, but he could not step through the door. After fusing with the Dragon God fragment this time, this feeling was very strong. He felt that he was about to break through to that mysterious realm. He only needed a little bit of help. This bit of help naturally fell on the Dragon God's horn. Once he absorbed and fused with the endless energy contained within, he was confident that he could break through the final threshold. Tang Zheng also sensed that mysterious realm, especially as he fused with more and more dragon god fragments. This feeling became even more intense. However, he was calmer than the leader of the dragon slayers. This kind of thing required luck and couldn't be rushed. The most important thing was to complete the task in front of him. In addition, as the intensity of the battle intensified, he realized that his pure yang energy was becoming more agitated, as though it was about to explode. The leader did not have such a hidden danger. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became. The scales of victory were tilting in his favor. The Dragon King gradually felt that the pressure on him had doubled. Tang Zheng's movements had slowed down, and the power of his spells had also gradually decreased. The situation was not good. Dragon God Envoy, what happened to you? The Dragon King asked anxiously. Tang Zheng shook his head vigorously and said, I can still hold on. Let's hold on. He won't feel good either. The leader was indeed not feeling good, but his life was not in danger after all. Instead, after seeing Tang Zheng's predicament, his fighting spirit was even higher. Ha ha ha, you can't do it, right? I've already said that none of you are a match for me, but you didn't believe me. Soon, you will understand the cruel reality. In front of me, you will definitely die. The leader shouted arrogantly. No one could refute him because that was the truth. The Dragon King didn't know that Tang Zheng had a chronic illness. He was burning with anxiety. Seeing that Tang Zheng's situation did not improve, his mind was in a mess. Immediately, the Dragon King was wide open, and his attack power was sharply reduced. The leader's fiery eyes immediately found this loophole. His eyes lit up, and his figure flashed, sweeping his dragon tail over. The Dragon King hurriedly tried to block, but it was too late. He drew a parabola in the air and smashed hard on the ground. Boom! A huge hole appeared on the ground, and the Dragon King fell from it. One had to know that every level of the Langya Pavilion had a protective restriction, and normal attacks would not be able to hurt the Langya Pavilion. From the current situation, the protective restriction's power was getting weaker and weaker. Otherwise, how could the Dragon King have smashed a hole and fallen down the stairs? Without the Dragon King, Tang Zheng's pressure multiplied. How could he resist the leader alone? The leader was smug. His plan was to kill Tang Zheng and snatch the Dragon God fragment that he had fused with. After that, he would slowly take care of the Dragon God's horn. The situation was developing in the direction he wanted. Once the Dragon King disappeared, the leader moved. Like a ghost, he quickly attacked Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was struggling to deal with it. Even the power of the sky-swallowing technique in his hand was reduced, and the suction force on the leader was getting weaker and weaker. Go to hell! The leader's angry roar rang in his ears. He was already in front of Tang Zheng, and his dragon claws and dragon tail attacked together. Boom! In the loud sound, Tang Zheng was also sent flying. As for the black hole above his head, it disappeared. Puff! Tang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only did his face not turn pale, it was as red as fire. Ah! Tang Zheng looked up to the sky and roared. He had nowhere to vent the pure yang energy in his body. It was as if his body was about to explode. Seeing this, the leader was puzzled. He looked at him curiously and asked, Hey, although you are injured so badly, your reaction is so strange. I can't see through it at all. Why is that? Tang Zheng was not in the mood to answer the leader. His mind was in shock, and his breathing was rapid. The pure yang energy was boiling, as if it was about to rush out of his meridians and blood vessels, and evaporate from his pores. The leader saw him like this, but he didn't hear a reply. He stared at him suspiciously and asked, What's wrong with you? Tang Zheng did not answer, as if he did not hear anything. The leader roared, No matter what you are doing, I will kill you first. Whoosh! The dragon claw fiercely grabbed at him. The strong force made Tang Zheng's breathing difficult. That kind of soul-stirring power was suffocating. Ah! Tang Zheng looked up to the sky and roared. A ball of flame was spat out from his mouth. Sky fire! With a boom, the sky fire rushed towards the leader and completely enveloped him. Ah! The leader exclaimed. He felt a strong threat from the ball of flame. What is this? The leader roared. Of course, he knew that this was a flame, but this flame was different from what he had seen before. He hurriedly retreated, but there were too many flames. They kept coming out of Tang Zheng's mouth from afar. The Langya pavilion seemed to be turning into a sea of flames. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tang Zheng fell heavily onto the floor. The heavenly fire wrapped around him and burned him fiercely. He did not struggle at all. He was like a piece of wood, allowing the sky fire to burn him. The heaven fire burned his body from the inside to the outside, then from the outside to the inside. But his consciousness was still clear. This was completely different from before. The pure yang energy has completely erupted. I'm going to explode. This fatal problem that had troubled him for 20 years finally erupted. Please use the search engine to search for keywords. Chapter 1767. The leader scrambled out of the heavenly fire in a sorry state, emitting a burnt smell all over his body. Victory was in sight, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He stared at Tang Zheng in disbelief. He was immediately attracted by Tang Zheng's situation. Tang Zheng was completely immersed in the sea of heavenly fire. The leader had tasted the heavenly fire before, so he was very clear about its power. Ha ha ha, you're definitely going to die. Let's see how you're going to compete with me for the dragon horn. The leader was very proud, his eyes full of laughter. Only the Empyrean fairy was left on the 18th floor with the ability to fight. But how could she be a match for the leader? The leader's gaze swept past the Empyrean fairy, and he said disdainfully, "Do you still want to fight with me?" The Empyrean fairy glanced at him indifferently, but she didn't comment. She bit her lips and walked straight towards Tang Zheng. The leader was stunned, but then he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, you're really scared out of your wits. You're actually courting death. Fine, I won't have to do it myself. The Empyrean fairy turned a deaf ear to him. Others might not know about Tang Zheng's situation, but she knew it very well. He was exploding. His pure yang energy was like a flood that broke through a dam, completely leaking out. Tang Zheng didn't have long to live. Then the leader of the dragon slayers would win, and obtain the dragon horn. The dragon race would be completely wiped out. In addition, the leader's ambition was definitely not limited to this. It was hard to say if he would attack other worlds. Perhaps, the human world would bear the brunt of his attack. What kind of disaster would that be? The Empyrean fairy didn't need to think too much to guess a thing or two. Who could save all of this? Or stop all of this? Could she? She immediately gave a negative answer. What about the Dragon King? The Dragon King couldn't even protect himself, so how could he succeed? As for his father, the Emperor of Heaven? Compared to the leader, the Emperor of Heaven was still far inferior. She was afraid that he would also be killed by the leader in the future. The Empyrean fairy's heart twitched when she thought of this. As she walked towards Tang Zheng, the flames dyed her eyes red. Her footsteps became firmer and firmer. When she walked in front of the flames, she took a deep breath and calmed down. Then she turned to look at the leader. The leader had a smug look on his face. Without saying a word, the Empyrean fairy took a step forward and walked straight into the flames. Boom! The flames rose and quickly enveloped the Empyrean fairy. Both of them disappeared into the flames. The leader stared at the flames in a daze, and suddenly felt a sense of loss. He sighed with emotion. From now on, I have no opponent in this world. He raised his head and stared at the dragon horn in the air. He said unwillingly, I don't believe that I can't subdue you. What you stole from me in the past, I will take it back 1,000 times over. Whoosh! He leaped up and charged toward the dragon horn in an aggressive manner. Stop! A dragon's roar came from the staircase. The Dragon King, covered in wounds, rushed up in an attempt to stop the leader. The leader turned to look and said with disdain, You don't know how to run and still dare to rush to your death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The leader stopped in midair, and aimed his 9 dragon claws at the Dragon King. The Dragon King also waved his 9 dragon claws. Magic treasures and divine weapons also flew up, and attacked the leader ferociously. You can't even withstand a single blow. The leader snorted coldly. Whoosh! 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 Beams of light appeared as the 9 dragon claws attacked the Dragon King together. Boom! 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 The Dragon King fell heavily on the floor. His body was bleeding profusely, and he could not get up again. The Dragon King looked at the high-spirited leader with his dying breath and gritted his teeth unwillingly. The leader laughed disdainfully. You want to stop me? Wishful thinking. You traitor, you will die a horrible death. The Dragon King roared weakly. The leader laughed wildly and ignored the Dragon King. He stared at the dragon horn without blinking. Now that everyone has stopped, no one will disturb me. He swung his dragon tail and flew toward the dragon horn. The dragon horn emitted a mysterious light. When the leader used both his claws and tail to attack the dragon horn, the mysterious light immediately counterattacked. The leader did not retreat. After retreating for a distance, he charged forward fearlessly. Rumble. The Dragon King's eyes were filled with despair. The situation was hopeless and no one could stop him. He closed his eyes in despair. Was the Dragon Clan really going to be exterminated because of this? 2 drops of crystal tears fell from the Dragon King's eyes. But all of this was unavoidable and irreversible. Boom. The dragon horn was attacked again, and a dazzling light burst out. All the sounds in the world disappeared. The Dragon King and the leader widened their eyes at the same time. They could not care less about the sound in their ears as they stared blankly at the dragon horn. The dragon horn shook violently and the dazzling light disappeared. The Dragon King's heart sank. He knew that the thing he did not want to see the most had happened. The leader cheered in ecstasy. His deafening voice resounded between heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Dragon horn, you are finally mine. The leader shot out and flew in front of the dragon horn. He could not believe that he had succeeded just like that. He stretched out his dragon claws and tried to grab the dragon horn. There was no more powerful rebound, and his dragon claw had truly touched the dragon horn. Hiss. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes shone brightly, and his dragon claws immediately gripped the dragon horn tightly. A mysterious power was emitted from the dragon horn. The leader's eyes became brighter and brighter like stars. This is the true power of the dragon god. It is the most powerful and important power. The energy contained in the dragon horn surpassed that of the dragon god's fragment. It was the most powerful energy of the dragon god. He did not expect that he, the traitor of the dragon clan, would benefit so easily. The Dragon King's heart was dead. Of course, he knew how powerful the energy in the dragon horn was. Now that the traitor had benefited, the traitor would be even more powerful. The dragon clan's momentum was gone. There was no way to reverse the situation. The little bit of essence, energy, and spirit of his remnant soul disappeared. He glanced at the heavenly fire that was still burning, and shook his head in despair. Roar! The leader roared like rolling thunder. A ball of light overflowed from the dragon horn, and wrapped around his dragon claws. Then it completely enveloped his whole body at lightning speed. The dragon scales all over his body lit up with silver light. New silver dragon scales grew one after another. The leader's dragon scales grew more and more. They were fine and dense, like a layer of the most exquisite armor. Compared to the other dragons, his dragon scales were finer and denser. Obviously, his resistance to attacks would be stronger. The Dragon King closed his eyes and let the tears fall from his eyes. He could not bear to see this despairing scene. The leader's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes from the inside out. Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed in the Langya Pavilion. Please use the search engine to search for keywords. Chapter 1768. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded throughout the world. The leader underwent an earth-shattering change. From the inside out, from the outside to the inside, his aura became more and more powerful, becoming more and more unfathomable. The dragon's might that emanated from his bones was awe-inspiring. He was actually transforming in the direction of the dragon god. The Dragon King stared blankly at the leader. He had also noticed this change, but there was nothing he could do. A dragon slayer was about to become the dragon god. Wasn't this a great irony? This was a mockery to the dragon clan. It was a disaster for the dragon clan. Whoosh! A dazzling light burst out from the leader's body, filling every corner of Langya Pavilion, but it did not penetrate the raging flames. The Dragon King subconsciously closed his eyes. Even with his cultivation, he could not look directly at this dazzling light. His breathing seemed to have stopped. After a long time, when he opened his eyes again and looked at the leader, his heart skipped a beat. He had completely fallen into a bottomless abyss, and his body was smashed to pieces. This was because the leader's aura was completely different. It was no longer fierce and domineering. Instead, it was as calm as water, like air. If one did not pay attention, they would not have noticed it at all. Of course, the Dragon King knew very well what this meant. He smacked his lips and said intermittently, "He actually became the Dragon God." This was the unique aura of the Dragon God. Although the Dragon King had never seen the Dragon God, he had heard the elders of the clan talk about the various miracles of the Dragon God from generation to generation. The Dragon King still remembered it clearly. One of the descriptions about the Dragon God's aura was exactly the same as the leader's. The Dragon King did not know that his judgment was not accurate. The leader had not truly transformed into the Dragon God. He had already taken half a step, but he was still one step away. The leader himself knew very well that he had not completely integrated with the Dragon God's fragment. If he had integrated with Tangzheng's part of the Dragon God's fragment, he would definitely have been able to truly transform into the Dragon God. However, he was still wild with joy because his harvest was bountiful. He had finally broken through the barrier that he had been dreaming of for a long time. The 9th stage of the Mahayana realm was a natural moat in front of all cultivators. No one had crossed it, but many people who had cultivated to the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm had a feeling. That was, there must be a higher realm above this realm. There was no end to learning, and there was no end to cultivation. However, there were very few people who could cross this natural chasm. The leader guessed that the Dragon God had crossed this natural chasm, so he had been dreaming of crossing it. This time, he finally got what he wanted. Although he hadn't completely transformed into a Dragon God, his cultivation had indeed broken through and entered a very mysterious realm. Everything in front of him seemed to have quietly changed. He had a kind of confidence that he was already invincible in the world, and that no one was a match for him. He was still immersed in that mysterious realm. He smacked his lips and murmured to himself, "So the Saint Realm is above the Mahayana realm." He raised his palm and carefully examined it. Every meridian, blood vessel, muscle, and even every cell was vivid and lifelike under his eyes. He raised his head and looked out. Everything in the world seemed to come alive. When his eyes fell on the Dragon King, all of the Dragon King's secrets were exposed. It was as if the Dragon King was standing naked in front of him. There were no secrets at all. The Dragon King felt his gaze and subconsciously shrank into his body and curled up. He, who was already in despair, actually felt fear. A person who wasn't even afraid of death was actually afraid. From this, it could be seen how profound the leader's cultivation was and how powerful his strength was. The Dragon King shrank back and said, "What are you going to do?" "Haha, of course, I'm going to destroy the Dragon Clan. When the Dragon Clan expelled me, I swore that I would make the Dragon Clan regret it. Now, I'm finally going to fulfill my oath. I'll destroy the Dragon Clan and make you completely disappear from this world. From now on there will be no more Dragon Clan," the leader said vehemently. The Dragon King's eyelids twitched a few times, but he was powerless to resist. Under the suppression of the leader's aura, the Dragon King couldn't even say a word to resist. He took one last look at the raging heavenly fire and closed his eyes in resignation. The end of the Dragon Clan had come. "Let's start with you, Dragon King. Go to hell." The leader roared and stretched out his claws toward the Dragon King. The silver claws immediately enveloped the Dragon King. The Dragon King couldn't move and quickly flew toward the leader. Under the illumination of the heavenly fire, he was incomparably miserable. Within the heavenly fire, the Empyrean fairy walked irresolutely. The heavenly fire quickly engulfed her. From the outside, it looked like she had turned into a flaming person and was about to be annihilated. The Empyrean fairy could clearly feel that the heavenly fire was different from the true fire. It was extremely powerful. The feeling of wanting to break through her body was like being bitten by 10,000 insects. She frowned and forced herself to endure it. Step by step, she walked toward Tangzheng. She had already seen Tangzheng lying motionlessly on the ground. She didn't know if he was dead or alive. She knew very well that he was definitely not dead. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't die so quickly. He could still be saved. The only glimmer of hope was on her. Tang Zheng widened his eyes. The flames covered his eyes, but he could vaguely see a person walking over. The eruption of the pure yang energy this time was completely different from before. In the past he was in a coma, but this time, he was incomparably awake. It was precisely because of this that he was in the most pain. The heavenly fire kept burning him. This kind of pain made him grit his teeth. Could it be that before I die, I have to be tortured to death? Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. When he saw the Empyrean fairy's figure, his attention was instantly attracted. He stared at her without blinking. Although the flames were blocking his view, he had already guessed the other party's identity. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she wanted to save him? One had to know that the Empyrean fairy had rejected him back then. He almost didn't have any hope. Moreover, he didn't want to go against the Empyrean fairy's wishes, especially when it came to such matters. The Empyrean fairy stopped in front of him and slowly squatted down. She stared at Tang Zheng without blinking. His clothes had long been burned away. His entire body was naked. Every part of his body was clearly displayed in front of her eyes. In particular, a certain part of his body was like a spear that pierced the heavens. It stood proudly and was particularly eye-catching. When the Empyrean fairy's gaze swept over him, her cheeks blushed a little. However, it wasn't obvious under the cover of the flames. The Empyrean fairy activated her skills. With the protection of her divine technique, even her clothes were undamaged. However, when she saw the naked Tang Zheng, her heart was in turmoil. Tang Zheng finally saw the Empyrean fairy clearly. He tried to speak, but found that he couldn't even open his mouth. He could only stare at her like a wooden puppet. Suddenly his eyes widened. The blood all over his body was like a flood that had broken through a dam. This was because he saw a scene that made his blood boil. The Empyrean fairy was actually taking off her clothes in front of him. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1769. As soon as the Empyrean fairy took off her clothes, they were immediately devoured by the heavenly fire and turned into ashes. After a while, the Empyrean fairy and Tang Zheng were naked. Tang Zheng's eyes seemed to have fallen into the Empyrean fairy's body. He could not take his eyes off her. Facing his burning eyes, the Empyrean fairy's cheeks flushed. She gently reached out and touched Tang Zheng's skin with her fingers. Whoosh! The pure yang energy seemed to have found an outlet. It rushed out of his body like a flood and rushed into the Empyrean fairy's body. Ah! Although the Nine Heavens Maiden had the Nine Saint body, and was extremely resistant to the power of pure yang, the mighty power of pure yang was still tormenting her. She did not panic. Instead, she gritted her teeth and calmed down. Her fingers tightly grasped Tang Zheng's wrist. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound was almost audible. It was like a flood flowing into the Empyrean fairy's body. The Empyrean fairy's cheeks became redder and redder, and her breathing became rapid. Every breath of air carried a burning sensation. It was as if her throat was about to be burned through. There was pain in her eyes, but more than that, there was incomparable determination. She resolutely pulled Tang Zheng's wrist into her arms. Bang! Tang Zheng flew up from the ground and crashed into her arms. The two of them were intimately attached to each other. It was like dry wood meeting fire. From then on, it was difficult to separate them. The Empyrean fairy hugged Tang Zheng with both hands. Her movements were very jerky, but they were unusually firm. Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide. He saw everything clearly. His mind was very clear. Looking at the Empyrean fairy's clumsy and jerky movements, his heart gradually melted like an iceberg. He could not help but think of the first time he met the Empyrean fairy. It was in the ancient tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang tried to absorb the Empyrean fairy's pure yin energy. He joined forces with the Empyrean fairy. In the end, Tang Zheng was lucky enough to defeat Qin Shi Huang. That was how he saved his life and also saved the Empyrean fairy's innocence. The two of them seemed to have a telepathic connection. The same scene flashed through their minds at the same time. Although it was the same scene, the feelings were different. If it wasn't for Tang Zheng, I would have been killed by Qin Shi Huang. He did me a great favor, but he never mentioned it and never asked me to repay it. New scene after new scene played in their minds like a movie. The feelings between the two of them became deeper and deeper. Tang Zheng saw the good points of the Empyrean fairy. She repeatedly helped him regardless of her own safety. No matter how dangerous the place was, she would rush to the front line with him. What kind of spirit was this? Tang Zheng was in awe. His heartstrings were moved. Time and time again, the Empyrean fairy's position in his heart became clearer and fuller. He did not need to think about it. The Empyrean fairy's figure appeared in his mind again and again, and he could not get it out of his mind. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven. In the past, she was unreachable and unreachable. Now that she was gradually pulled to his side, he would occasionally have charming thoughts. At first, he did not take it seriously. But later, when everyone took the initiative to ask the Empyrean fairy to dissolve the pure yang energy for him, his thoughts gradually became active. The Empyrean fairy was so perfect. Would he really have a chance to get close to her? He still did not dare to believe all of this. He also did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Even when everyone brought up this matter many times, he avoided talking about it. This was because he did not want to go against the Empyrean fairy's wishes. This time, the Empyrean fairy took the initiative to offer her body. This was completely out of his expectations. It was completely different from her previous resolute opposition. But the intimate touch that came from their bodies could not be faked. His heartbeat also sped up. Especially under the guidance of the Empyrean fairy, his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. The Empyrean fairy looked at his bright eyes and felt unbearably shy. But at this moment, how could she give up? She could only try her best to dissolve the shyness in her heart and take the initiative to facilitate the good thing between the two of them. Their two bodies intertwined. Not long after, they began to move up and down. The Empyrean fairy completely took the initiative. After experiencing the initial pain, she gradually adapted. Her tightly knitted brows also gradually relaxed. The heavenly fire jumped up and down as the two of them moved. It was like rolling waves. The purine energy gradually took effect. It burst out from the Empyrean fairy's body and flowed through Tang Zheng's body. His limbs, bones, and extraordinary meridians were all filled with pure yin energy. The pure yang energy was nourished by the pure yin energy. It was like the land that received rain after a long drought. It greedily absorbed the pure yin energy. An endless stream of pure yin energy flowed out of the Empyrean fairy's body. But the Empyrean fairy was still fine. The nine yin holy body was very special. It was different from other bodies. The pure yin energy that it contained was terrifying. It was impossible for her to absorb all of his pure yin energy in such a short time. In addition, as the pure yang energy entered her body, yin and yang were harmonized. Her cultivation was also increasing slowly. Both of them benefited a lot, and were immersed in this wonderful state. Unknowingly, a layer of frost formed on the surface of Tang Zheng's body. Even the heavenly fire could not dissolve this layer of frost. In addition, flames jumped on the surface of the Empyrean fairy's skin. It was as if she had turned into a person of fire. The two of them had such different reactions that people were amazed. However, both of them were immersed in the wonderful state of yin and yang harmony. They did not notice this strange thing. Inside Tang Zheng's mind palace, a purple light had already filled the surroundings. His nascent soul fiercely opened its eyes as its meridians and blood vessels rapidly grew. Its skin became transparent, allowing it to see everything clearly. Yuanying's eyes gradually showed signs of life. Yuanying was really alive. Whoosh! Yuanying did a somersault. He twisted his head and rolled his eyes. He carefully looked at his own body. Suddenly, he stretched his arms and smiled contentedly. At the same time, a golden light shot out from the dragon mark on Tang Zheng's forehead and mixed with the heavenly fire. A small golden dragon suddenly flew out from the dragon mark. It swam along Tang Zheng's body and went straight to his abdomen. With a flash of light, the golden dragon disappeared into his abdomen. In the next second, the golden dragon appeared in front of Yuanying in his purple mansion. Yuanying was like a child who saw a toy. Both of them stared at the small golden dragon. He grabbed it with his small hand. The golden dragon could not escape and was directly caught in his palm. The golden dragon did not struggle. It quickly wrapped around his small body along his arm. Suddenly, the golden light and the purple light shone together. It was particularly dazzling and mysterious. Roar! Suddenly, the small golden dragon looked up to the sky and roared. With a flash of light, it drilled into Yuanying's body. The golden light came out from under Yuanying's skin and merged with the purple light. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light disappeared. Yuanying's mouth hooked up into a mysterious smile. He shook his body and turned into a dragon. It was a purple dragon. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1770. Yuanying turned into a purple dragon. Purple chi rose into the air, looking extremely mysterious. The purple dragon did not stay in a corner. Instead, with a flash of light, it became extremely small and started to swim along Tang Zheng's meridians. Wherever it passed, Tang Zheng's body would undergo 1,000 tempering, becoming more and more indestructible. His chaotic Vajra spell had already been cultivated to the indestructible realm. And at this moment, this realm had been raised once again, reaching the true indestructible realm. From now on, if anyone could kill him, it would definitely not be through their physical body. Purple light seeped out from the surface of his skin. And even Empyrean Fairy was enveloped by this layer of purple light. The purple light actually seeped into her skin, benefiting her greatly. After an unknown period of time, the two figures within the heavenly fire stopped moving and reached the realm of oneness with the world. You have me, I have you, I have you, I have you. Vast and mighty, the pure yang energy that was even more intense than the flames flowed through Empyrean Fairy's body, and then returned to Tang Zheng's body. However, the pure yang energy was no longer agitated, but had instead become extremely docile, as warm as jade. In addition, the pure yin energy that was even colder than the 1,000-year-old ice also flowed back from Tang Zheng's body, becoming as warm as spring. It flowed through Empyrean Fairy's meridians, making her feel as if she had fallen into a hot spring. The two of them slowly opened their eyes. Just now, when they had ascended to paradise, they couldn't help but close their eyes and immerse themselves in that endless aftertaste. At this moment, after opening their eyes, there was no shyness in their eyes. Instead, there was a kind of sweetness in their hearts. In their eyes, there was only each other, and in the world, there was only each other. Tang Zheng gently pulled her into his embrace. Empyrean Fairy obediently leaned into his embrace, no longer having her usual sharpness. At this moment, she had become a woman as gentle as water. With just a glance, it was as if she would completely fall into her eyes. As their eyes met, Tang Zheng said gently, "Fu Yao, thank you." Fu Yao reached out her finger and gently placed it on his lips. She gently shook her head and said, "I have to thank you too." Tang Zheng's eyes scanned her from head to toe like a scanner. His eyes lit up, and he curled his lips into a smile as he said, "You've reached the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm." The 9th grade of the Mahayana realm was the realm that the Empyrean Fairy dreamed of. Even for her, it was beyond her reach. At the very least, she believed that it would be impossible for her to break through to the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm in a short time. He never thought that his dream would come true. This was a pleasant surprise. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Naturally, she knew that all of this was thanks to Tang Zheng. If it weren't for her and Tang Zheng's yin and yang harmony, and the fusion of pure yang and pure yin energy, she wouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter. One was yin and one was yang. After the fusion of the two extreme constitutions, the power that erupted was unimaginable. The Empyrean Fairy rejoiced. She was saving people, but in fact she was also saving herself. When the two of them were one with the world, their hearts and minds were intertwined. There was no need for any words to understand each other's thoughts. They had each other in their hearts, but neither of them mentioned it. However, when their hearts and minds were intertwined, the deepest secrets in their hearts were completely revealed, and could not be hidden at all. The Empyrean Fairy looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. With her current vision, she could not see through Tang Zheng anymore. She could not help but be curious about his cultivation. Her father was the Emperor of Heaven. She also knew that the Emperor of Heaven had been exploring the realm after the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm. Now that she had reached the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm, she could vaguely sense it. There were definitely more profound realms after this. There was no end to learning, and there was no end to cultivation. Therefore, when she saw Tang Zheng's current situation, she could not help but want to know his realm. Tang Zheng's lips curled into an unfathomable smile as he said, "You are already at the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm. So you must have guessed that there are more profound realms after this." The Empyrean fairy nodded as if she did not fully understand. Her eyes lit up as if she had guessed something. She stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze as if she was waiting for the answer in her heart. Tang Zheng said without hesitation, "There is indeed a new realm after the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm, and that is the Saint Realm." Saint Realm? The Empyrean fairy's voice rose a lot as she stared at Tang Zheng and asked, "Then, have you reached the Saint Realm?" Tang Zheng smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes. I have completely solved the crisis of my 9-yang saint body. It turns out that the power of pure yang is my greatest asset. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and misfortune and fortune lie within each other. The 9-yang saint body caused me to face the danger of exploding, but at the same time, once I solved this crisis, the 9-yang saint body's constitution greatly benefited me. My cultivation underwent a tremendous change, and I broke through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop." Congratulations! The Empyrean fairy was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. "This is all thanks to you," Tang Zheng sincerely said. The Empyrean fairy reminded, "Let's not just thank each other. The situation outside is even more dangerous, so let's deal with the crisis first." "That's true." Tang Zheng waved his hand and 2 sets of clothes fell on each other. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were fully dressed and walked out of the heavenly flames. The heavenly flames could no longer harm the 2 as if they had become a part of them. This was especially true for the Empyrean fairy, who could actually control the heavenly flames. She waved her hand and a ball of heavenly flames flew into her palm. It kept jumping around, but it could not harm her at all. Boom! The heavenly flames suddenly jumped and let out an explosive sound. Then, they turned into sparks and shot out in all directions. Then the 2 figures appeared once again. Their auras had undergone a tremendous change as they looked forward at the same time. The tall figure of the dragon slayers immediately entered their sights. He had once again transformed into his human form and stood proudly. His silver robes fluttered in the wind, and his aura was mysterious and unfathomable. There was a person lying at his feet, the Dragon King. The Dragon King had already returned to his true dragon form. The originally golden dragon scales were completely dim, and the Dragon King was on the verge of death. His eyes were half open and half closed, as if they would close at any moment and never open again. Suddenly, the Dragon King heard a huge commotion. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked in the direction of the sound. "Ah!" he cried out in alarm. He stared at the scene in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. He could not believe it at all. Tang Zheng and the Empyrean fairy. When these 2 familiar figures appeared in front of him, he thought that he was seeing things on his deathbed. However, someone would not think that he was seeing things. The Dragon Slayer's leader's eyes were wide open as he stared at the 2 of them fiercely. He would never have dreamed that the 2 of them could survive. The most important thing was that their auras had undergone a tremendous change. He could tell at a glance that the Empyrean fairy was already a 9th stage Mahayana realm cultivator. How did she do all this in such a short time? The Dragon Slayer's leader could not figure it out. However, it was self-evident what this meant. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1771. The leader's gaze shifted between Tang Zheng and the Empyrean fairy. He could only see through the Empyrean fairy's cultivation, but not Tang Zheng's. What did this mean? He was well aware of the answer. That meant that Tang Zheng's cultivation was no less than his. He had also reached the Saint Realm. This was the only reason why he couldn't see through Tang Zheng's cultivation. How was this possible? The leader's heart trembled. He had only reached the Saint Realm because he had fused with the Dragon Horn's energy. Tang Zheng's life had been hanging by a thread before. How could he have broken through in such a short time? Could it be that he had also had a fortuitous encounter? The leader couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he scratched his head. He naturally didn't know that Tang Zheng was a Skywalker. Once he had harmonized the pure yang energy in his body and walked back from the gates of hell, there would be an earth-shattering change. The leader's expression had become very serious. He stared at Tang Zheng without moving his gaze. Tang Zheng's gaze was also fixed on the leader. His heart skipped a beat. He could also see that the leader had reached the Saint Realm. This meant that he had fused with the dragon horn's energy. Tang Zheng looked up. The dragon horn was no longer there. This was enough to explain everything. The leader was the first to break the silence. He stared at Tang Zheng and asked, "How did you do it?" Tang Zheng smiled faintly and said, "Only you are allowed to reach the Saint Realm. Others are not allowed to reach the Saint Realm?" As soon as he said this, the Empyrean fairy was shocked. She looked at the leader in disbelief. No wonder she couldn't see through his cultivation. It turned out that he had also reached the Saint Realm. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Tang Zheng and the leader. She was wondering who was more powerful between the two. The leader was speechless. He coldly snorted and said, "You brat, there is definitely something strange about you. I didn't misjudge you. You really are a big problem for me. You are even more annoying than that Dragon King." Hearing this, Tang Zheng and the Empyrean fairy looked at the Dragon King. The Dragon King was barely breathing, but his eyes were shining when he looked at Tang Zheng. The Empyrean fairy rushed over and helped the Dragon King up. She comforted him. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Tang Zheng will seek justice for the dragon race and avenge you." "Thank you," the Dragon King said weakly, his eyes full of gratitude. At first, he had no choice but to compromise with Tang Zheng, but now, he was sincerely grateful to Tang Zheng from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Tang Zheng, the Dragon clan would have been exterminated. Although there was still the risk of their clan being exterminated, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Appointing him as the Dragon God Envoy was the wisest decision of my life, the Dragon King thought to himself. Tang Zheng and the leader were already at daggers drawn. An invisible aura was brewing between them, and even the Empyrean fairy couldn't get close to them. That kind of heartfelt fear made people shudder. So what if you've reached the Saint Realm? It's still a dead end. I'll get rid of you first, and then I'll exterminate the Dragon clan, the leader said through gritted teeth. Tang Zheng retorted, "The Dragon Slayers will disappear from this world completely from now on." Since they couldn't see eye to eye, the two had nothing else to say. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of them turned into two rays of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom. With a deafening sound, a shockwave rushed in all directions. With a few clangs, a few big holes appeared around the Langia pavilion, like windows. Wind rushed in from all directions, and then was swept away by the shockwave. The Langia pavilion was on the verge of collapse, and creaked non-stop. The two of them stopped at the same time. They were not far away from each other, and they stared at each other, the sparks of hatred intersecting in mid-air. "Go to hell." The leader roared and pointed his finger. An array of silver light like a waterfall appeared in the blink of an eye. Tang Zheng swung the hidden sword, which exploded with greater power in the hands of a Saint Realm master. With a sword hum, the sky was filled with sword light. Neither the Heavenly Fairy sword technique, nor the Taiji dual form sword technique could compare. Tang Zheng's sword technique had been completely sublimated. There was no fixed move, and it was completely based on Tang Zheng's thoughts. No move was better than a move. This was a very mysterious state, a state that ordinary people couldn't imagine at all. But when Tang Zheng broke through to the Saint Realm, all of this was self-taught, as if he was born with it. Swoosh, swoosh. The hidden sword flew out and met the waterfall like silver light. Boom. After the two lights collided, the top of the Langia pavilion was turned into ruins in an instant, dancing in the sky. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew over their heads. They looked up and saw the gray sky above the 9 heavens. Both the Dragon King and the Fairy of the 9 heavens were horrified. The previous intense battle had not shaken the Langia pavilion. Now, the top of the Langia pavilion had been torn off as soon as the two of them started fighting. This was enough to show the strength of the two, and the power of the Saint Realm. Before they could react, the battle between Tang Zheng and the leader became more and more intense. Creak, creak, creak. The floor shook violently. Boom. Another loud sound was heard, and the floor collapsed. The Dragon King and the Empyrean Fairy fell down at the same time, and hit the floor below. Suddenly, a bright light attracted the Empyrean Fairy's attention. She took a closer look and found that it was a very sharp light. A divine artifact. Her heart skipped a beat, and she remembered the introduction of the Langya Pavilion. Every level of the inverted Langya Pavilion not only had the divine dragon fragments, but also the divine weapons. Earlier, they were only here for the divine dragon fragments. Moreover, these divine weapons were not very useful to Tang Zheng and the leader, so their attention was naturally not on the divine weapons. However, the Empyrean Fairy was attracted by the divine weapons at this moment. The Dragon King saw through the Empyrean Fairy's thoughts and said, "Hurry up and get it. Don't let it fall into the hands of the dragon slayers." The Empyrean Fairy's body flashed, and she had already grabbed the divine weapon in her hand. Before she could examine the divine weapon in her hand carefully, she felt the ground shaking violently. Creak. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and with a loud bang, she fell straight down. The Dragon King had lost his ability to fight back, and he was in an even more embarrassing and dangerous situation. The Empyrean Fairy knew that the Langya Pavilion could not be saved. The battle between the two was too powerful, so she reached out and grabbed the Dragon King, and a dazzling light erupted from her body to protect the two of them. "Let's go." She leaped and rushed downstairs, and wherever she went, she quickly kept the divine weapons she saw. Soon, she reached the ground floor and met the dragon slayers and the other dragon clan members. Both parties were fighting fiercely. However, the Langya Pavilion was on the verge of collapse, and both parties were very uneasy and panicked. "Hurry up and get out. The Langya Pavilion is about to collapse," the Empyrean Fairy shouted. The Dragon Clan members were shocked, especially when they saw the dying Dragon King, and they were even more at a loss. When the Dragon Slayers saw the Empyrean Fairy and the Dragon King in her hand, their eyes lit up, and they rushed up fiercely. If they could kill the Dragon King, it would be a great contribution, and it was a very significant thing for the Dragon Slayers. In addition, if they could devour the Dragon Soul after killing the Dragon King, their strength would increase qualitatively. The Dragon King was like a piece of meat that attracted the Dragon Slayers, causing them to attack fiercely. When the other Dragon Clan members saw this, they shouted loudly and tried to stop all of this. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1772. A large group of dragon slayers charged toward the Dragon King crazily. The other dragons were too far away to help. How could the Empyrean Fairy leave them in the lurch? She threw out the divine weapons in her hands, and a dazzling light illuminated the Langya Pavilion. Her 9th grade Mahayana cultivation was already higher than these dragon slayers. With the divine weapons in her hands, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. The dragon slayers did not know her true cultivation level, and did not take it to heart. Hence, the Dharma treasures of the few dragon slayers who were charging at the front were the first to shatter. Then they were hit by the Dharma treasures and died on the spot. Everything happened too quickly. It was dazzling. Before they could see clearly, a group of dragon slayers had already fallen. Ah! Cries of alarm sounded. The dragon slayers at the back finally realized that the situation had changed. They stopped in their tracks or retreated. However, the Empyrean Fairy was not a pushover either. She immediately activated her Dharma treasures and attacked fiercely. Bang! 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 Another large group of dragon slayers fell to the ground. In front of a 9th grade Mahayana cultivator, ordinary dragon slayers could not withstand a single blow. The dragons were stunned by the Empyrean Fairy's strength. They had all seen the Empyrean Fairy before. She was not so powerful before. Why did she change so much in the blink of an eye? The dragons looked at each other, not understanding the mystery. The Empyrean Fairy had the upper hand, but she did not intend to take advantage of the situation and destroy the dragon slayers. The Langya Pavilion was on the verge of collapse. It was urgent to leave this place. Hence, she stopped attacking and shouted at the dragons. All dragons, leave the Langya Pavilion now. The dragons looked at the Dragon King subconsciously. After all, the Dragon King was the master of the clan. Although the Fairy of the Nine Heavens had displayed amazing strength, her prestige and status were still not comparable to the Dragon King's. The Dragon King saw through his people's thoughts. He moved his lips and used almost all his strength to say, "Retreat." No one dared to resist the order. They rushed to the exit like a tide. The dragon slayers tried to stop her, but the Nine Heavens mystic fairy alone was enough to stop all of them. The dragon slayers couldn't even get close to the other dragons. Fortunately, the space around them was not large. Otherwise, the Empyrean fairy would not be able to handle the situation alone. Wave after wave of dragon slayers tried to rush towards the Empyrean fairy, but they all failed in the end. Thus, the dragon slayer had an idea. He simply changed his direction and rushed straight to Langya's first floor. Previously, the dragon clan had blocked their way forward. Now that there was no obstruction, they could rush in without any hindrance. The Empyrean fairy didn't stop him. Instead, she smiled contemptuously. The dragon slayer was seeking his own death, so she didn't have to do anything. The dragons quickly retreated, leaving only one behind. The golden dragon. The Empyrean fairy recognized it immediately and asked, "Why aren't you retreating?" "I want to wait for Master. Master hasn't come yet," the golden dragon said worriedly. The Empyrean fairy was touched. She persuaded, "Don't worry, Tangzheng has his ways. Let's leave this place first." The golden dragon was very stubborn. He shook his head firmly and said, "No, I want to wait for Master." "Golden dragon, why are you so stubborn?" The Empyrean fairy was helpless. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the golden dragon, she simply stopped the golden dragon with a point of her finger. "Let's go." The Empyrean fairy held the Dragon King in her left hand, and the golden dragon in her right hand. She rushed towards the entrance as if she was flying. Some of the dragon slayers were unwilling to give up, and took the opportunity to attack. However, their attacks did not hit the Empyrean fairy. The divine weapons completely blocked their attacks. The Empyrean fairy was safe and sound, but the dragon slayers were counterattacked and died on the spot. Of course, there were also smart dragon slayers. Seeing that the dragons were retreating in such a hurry, they quickly followed behind the Empyrean fairy and retreated. The dragons retreated from the Langya Pavilion. When they looked up, only half of the Langya Pavilion was left. The top was completely destroyed. Waves of terrifying auras could be felt from the ruins. It was frightening. The dragons only realized how dangerous it was just now. It was as if they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. They looked at the Empyrean fairy with eyes full of gratitude. The other dragon slayers who followed them out were also stunned when they saw this scene. They still had lingering fears. They immediately came back to their senses and shouted at the dragon slayers who were left in the Langya Pavilion. "The Langya Pavilion is about to collapse. Come out quickly." However, the other dragon slayers could not hear them at all. They continued to move towards the other floors. When they finally reached the floor where Tangzheng and the leader of the dragon slayers were, waves of shock waves rushed out from between them before they could even shout. The dragon slayers were the first to bear the brunt of the shock waves. They turned into air and disappeared with the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises were heard from the Langya Pavilion. The Langya Pavilion was tilting. "Retreat quickly. The Langya Pavilion is about to collapse." The Empyrean fairy shouted and hurriedly retreated into the distance. The other dragons and the dragon slayers retreated together in tacit understanding. They actually forgot to kill each other, and stared at the Langya Pavilion without blinking. The Langya Pavilion had a special meaning to the dragons and the dragon slayers. The ancestors of the dragons were buried in it, and these were the dragon souls that the dragon slayers had been coveting for a long time. Once these dragon souls were fused, the dragon slayers would advance by leaps and bounds. Now, all of this would turn into ruins with the collapse of the Langya Pavilion. There would be nothing left. The dragons had lost the dragon souls of their ancestors, and the dragon slayers had also lost the opportunity to advance. Both parties were heartbroken, and went through 1,000 twists and turns. The Langya pavilion was tilting more and more. The dragon slayers inside also realized that something was wrong and tried to escape. However, it was all too late. Boom! The earth trembled as the Langya pavilion hit the ground hard. Broken walls and fences flew in all directions as if they were magic weapons. Everyone hurriedly blocked and dodged, but they could not move their eyes away. They stared at the Langya pavilion without blinking. The Langya pavilion turned into ruins. Smoke and dust rose into the sky like a sandstorm, sweeping in all directions. Everyone hurriedly activated their magic weapons to protect themselves. The smoke and dust blocked their vision. There were no other sounds in the world. Only the sound of the Langya pavilion falling to the ground lingered in the air. Everyone widened their eyes. They seemed to have seen some clues, but in the end, they did not find anything. Suddenly, a voice broke all of this. Then, like a violent storm, the sounds in the world became noisy again. Everyone was frightened. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats because they had already realized what was going on. The battle between Tang Zheng and the leader did not stop. The flames of war spread from the Langya pavilion to the ground. The series of sounds were the sounds of the battle between the two sides. The Langya pavilion was affected by the battle between the two and turned into ruins. Then why didn't they retreat as far away as possible to avoid being implicated and suffering an unexpected calamity? Therefore, this time, without the Empyrean fairy's reminder, whether it was the dragons or the dragon slayers, they all retreated like the receding tide. They only wanted to be as far away from the battlefield as possible. To read the latest novel without error, please visit Chapter 1773. The smoke and dust were torn apart by the shockwaves, unable to continue. Everyone finally saw two figures. Their speed was extremely fast, and there were even treasures flying. The dazzling light was especially dazzling. Tang Zheng and the leader looked at each other from afar. The hidden mysterious sword could not do anything to the leader. He was wearing a thick armor, shining with a silver light. The hidden mysterious sword hit the armor a few times, but only created sparks, unable to hurt the leader at all. This is formed from his dragon scales. The hidden mysterious sword cannot break through this layer of armor. Tang Zheng recognized the reality. His heart was shaken. The hidden mysterious sword was a divine weapon. However, this armor was formed from the dragon scales of the leader's true body. The divine power it contained was not inferior to the hidden mysterious sword. Tang Zheng had an idea. He raised the hidden mysterious sword. A purple light shot out from the tip of his finger, landing on the hidden mysterious sword. The leader did not take it seriously. He jokingly said, "Although your sword is powerful, it is still futile. It cannot break through my defense." Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously and said, "Really?" As soon as his voice fell, the hidden mysterious sword flew out, just like before, but there was an additional purple light on the blade. The leader proudly raised his hands crossed. The dense armor covered his arms, perfectly covering every inch of his skin. Seeing the hidden mysterious sword fly in front of him, the purple light suddenly increased. A purple dragon appeared on the hidden mysterious sword, wrapping around the blade. In an instant, the hidden mysterious sword turned purple, and the purple dragon at the tip of the sword was especially eye-catching. The leader finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly retreated and shouted, "What is this?" He had never seen the purple dragon before, but he felt a strong threat, instinctively realizing that something was wrong. Tang Zheng was happy. He did not think that a sudden idea would have such a good effect. This purple dragon was not simple. It was formed from his Yuanying. When he broke through to the Saint Realm, the Yuanying could leave his body. This was the divine ability he had always dreamed of, and now it was finally realized. He naturally wanted to test its power. The effect was obvious. When the leader saw the purple dragon, he actually retreated. This was enough to explain everything. "It's too late to retreat now," Tang Zheng shouted, and the hidden mystic sword's speed increased. Bang! The hidden mystic sword struck the armor. Silver light and purple light burst out, but the silver light was immediately suppressed. Puff! A crack appeared on the armor, and the purple light quickly seeped in. The crack rapidly expanded as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The purple dragon flew out from the hidden profound sword and coiled around the leader's arm. Half of his arm was bathed in purple light. Ah! The leader screamed in pain. His face was filled with shock, but he couldn't break free from the purple dragon. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the leader transformed into a silver dragon. His arms became huge dragon claws, but the purple dragon grew in the wind and coiled around one of his dragon claws. The dragon claw had already turned from silver to light purple, and it seemed like it could be destroyed at any moment. The leader roared again and again, and the other dragon claws grabbed at the purple dragon. How could Tang Zheng just sit there and wait for death? His figure flashed, and a black hole appeared in his palm. He immediately enveloped the leader and roared, "Devour the heavens!" Whoosh! The aura of heaven and earth quickly flew toward the black hole. The others couldn't stand still and flew toward the black hole. The Empyrean fairy hurriedly took out a few divine weapons and built a protective wall in front of the dragons to prevent them from being sucked into the black hole. The other dragon slayers weren't so lucky. Some of the weaker dragon slayers screamed and flew into the black hole, disappearing. The dragon slayers were terrified, and they already had thoughts of retreating. They glanced at the leader, and many of them turned around and ran. This seemed to be a demonstration, and the other dragon slayers followed suit and ran away. Don't let them escape. The Dragon King was dying, but he used all his strength to shout, "Stop them! My people, the time for revenge is here, kill!" The dragons had a protective wall, and they roared with red eyes. The dragons had been hunted for so many years, and now they could finally hold their heads high. They were going to pay back the blood debt that the dragon slayers owed. Kill! Shouts shook the sky, and the dragons and dragon slayers fought fiercely again. However, there was a huge difference compared to before. The dragon slayers' momentum was gone, and the dragon's momentum was like a rainbow, firmly holding the upper hand. The leader didn't have time to be distracted. Although he saw his subordinates being surrounded, he couldn't help at all. The purple dragon had already put him in a terrible situation. He secretly blamed himself for being too careless. If he hadn't been so careless and allowed the purple dragon to get close to him and entangle him, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Tang Zheng was also very clear about this point. He was just taking advantage of the leader's carelessness to catch him off guard, and it actually worked. How could he miss such a great opportunity? The sky-swallowing technique firmly locked onto the leader and tore at his body, so his dragon claws couldn't attack the purple dragon at all. The leader had to divert most of his attention to resist the suction of the sky-swallowing technique. He was very clear that once he was sucked into the black hole, it meant that his life was in danger. As for the purple dragon, it wouldn't take his life. He was very clear about which was more important, so he naturally had to take advantage of the situation. Tang Zheng didn't expect this attack to be fatal in the first place. Seeing the leader in a hurry to resist the sky-swallowing technique, his goal was achieved. Break! With a loud roar, the leader's dragon claw was completely enveloped by the purple light and turned purple. Bang! With a crisp sound, the dragon claw broke and left the leader's body. The purple dragon was like a victorious general, waving its little claws proudly and flying directly back into Tang Zheng's body. Ah! The leader's screams and roars followed one after another, resounding throughout the entire space. It was deafening, and many dragons and dragon slayers were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their internal organs were almost shattered by this sound. All of them looked at the leader in shock. When they saw his broken dragon claw, they were even more shocked. The leader's body burst with silver light, and his body actually expanded by a lot. The dragon horn on his head suddenly appeared with silver light, emerging from the top of his head bit by bit, becoming longer. Swoosh! A silver light shot out from the dragon horn. The leader spat out a mouthful of blood, which merged with the silver light and rushed toward the black hole as fast as lightning. Boom! The black hole trembled violently and swayed, rippling in circles. It collapsed and disappeared into the sky. Tang Zheng's head trembled. This attack had an inexplicable divine power. It must have been caused by that mouthful of blood. This was the first time the sky-swallowing technique had been defeated. However, Tang Zheng was not worried. Instead, he was a little happy. The leader was already in a mess. In order to save himself, He actually used this kind of magical power that hurt himself. That mouthful of blood was the leader's heart's blood, and it contained great divine power. After losing this part of his heart's blood, the leader had internal injuries, and his combat strength was naturally reduced. The leader was lucky to have broken the sky-swallowing technique. He looked at Tang Zheng from afar, and there was already fear in the depths of his eyes. He already knew that he was in a disadvantageous position. I can't delay any longer. This brat is too strange. Could that purple dragon be his doppelganger? Although I've reached the sage realm, I'm still a little bit away from having a doppelganger. He's one step ahead of me. This already explains the problem. The leader was very clear about this principle. Where there is life, there is hope. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1774. The leader was already thinking of retreating. Seeing that the black hole had disappeared, he quickly fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Tang Zheng shouted, and with a shake of his body, he also transformed into a dragon. Purple qi rose from his body, and he actually also turned into a purple dragon. Tang Zheng's body was not inferior to the leader's. With a sweep of his tail, the air shook violently. Roar! Tang Zheng roared into the sky and turned into a purple light, instantly blocking the leader's path. The leader stopped in a panic and shouted, "Why are you so powerful?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Didn't you say you were invincible and wanted to destroy the dragon race? Today, let's see if the dragon race will be destroyed or the dragon slayers will die." The leader's eyes flickered. He gritted his huge dragon teeth, and a silver light erupted from his body. "I'll fight you to the death." Whoosh! The leader charged at Tang Zheng. He already understood that there was no way out. He could only fight with his back against the wall. Perhaps he would still have a chance at survival. Whoosh! The dragon claw pounced, silver light filling the sky. Tang Zheng also waved his dragon claw. Purple light sword. The purple and silver light clashed with each other. It was incomparably brilliant. The others could only see these two lights. Even their figures disappeared. Their eyes were completely filled with purple and silver light. Unknowingly, a subtle change occurred. The silver light gradually dissipated, and the purple light gained the upper hand. Everyone's hearts tightened as they all thought of the reason. Their breathing also quickened. The dragon race was excited, while the dragon slayers were terrified. Empyrean Fairy also couldn't help but clench her fists. Her eyes lit up as she muttered, "Tang Zheng, good job." Everyone thought that after the leader fused with the dragon god fragment, his strength would increase greatly. Tang Zheng would probably be powerless. Who would have thought that the Nine Suns sacred experience would have such a miraculous effect? Once he broke through that critical juncture, he was like a volcano erupting. His strength shot up like a rocket. If I had known this would happen, I would have done this sooner, Empyrean Fairy thought. However, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So many people tried to matchmake her and Tang Zheng, but she naturally rejected such actions. As a result, she and Tang Zheng had always been aloof and had not broken through the final step. In fact, she didn't hate Tang Zheng. In fact, she had long been attracted by Tang Zheng's charisma, but she had never noticed it. What she hated was other people trying to influence her decisions. She was the one who decided her own life and would not listen to other people's arrangements. At this moment, her body and mind belonged to Tang Zheng. Seeing how powerful Tang Zheng was, her heart was filled with pride and happiness. All of this was thanks to her. The sounds of battle gradually became muffled, and the leader's roar also became weaker. The purple light firmly held the upper hand. The figures of both sides appeared once again. Tang Zheng's momentum was like a rainbow. The leader was like the light of the setting sun, unable to withstand a single blow. Tang Zheng was also shocked by the strength of his doppelganger. At this moment, he and his doppelganger had merged into one. Their combined strength was the reason why he could suppress the leader in all aspects. The leader was unwilling to give up. He once again made a last-ditch struggle, trying to escape this calamity. Tang Zheng was in control of the entire situation. Whenever the leader made a move, Tang Zheng had already figured out his intentions. He smiled disdainfully and waved his dragon claw in the air. A ball of purple light soared into the sky. Finally, this ball of purple light stopped in midair and began to rapidly change. In an instant, it turned into a big hole. It was a big purple hole, different from the previous black hole. Tang Zheng smiled knowingly. The sky-devouring technique had been upgraded. There was no doubt that its power would be different from before. As expected, the purple hole's suction force was very terrifying. Although it was suspended in midair, its target was only the leader. The others did not feel the suction force at all. This was the upgraded sky-devouring technique. It could attack accurately and not indiscriminately from all directions. The leader had previously experienced the power of the sky-devouring technique. After seeing the purple hole, his mind was shaken and he tried to escape. However, the suction force was firmly locked onto him. He could not escape at all. He roared at the sky. He had already experienced the difference between the purple hole and could not break free at all. Whoosh! He involuntarily flew toward the purple hole. He kept waving his dragon claws and swinging his dragon tail. He let out dragon roars from his mouth. However, all of this was in vain. He was still approaching the purple hole bit by bit. Tang Zheng shook his body and transformed into a human. He quickly caught up with the leader and struck out with his palm. It was light as a feather, as if it was not a thread at all. His palm gently imprinted on the leader's body. Immediately, the leader's huge body trembled. The silver light all over his body flowed toward Tang Zheng's palm, faster and faster. The leader shouted in horror. "Tang Zheng, what are you doing?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "You took something that doesn't belong to you. I'm taking it back now. You're absorbing my power." The leader finally understood. His eyes were full of horror, and he struggled even more fiercely. "Don't waste your energy. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. It's useless to struggle." Tang Zheng said and quickly activated the sky-swallowing technique. A purple light appeared on his palm. The leader's power flowed like a waterfall, quickly flowing into Tang Zheng's body. After the power was refined, it was completely absorbed by Tang Zheng. Not long after, the leader's body dimmed. Even his eyes dimmed. Seeing this, the dragons understood that the leader's momentum was gone. They all cheered. "The Dragon God Envoy is mighty! The Dragon God Envoy is mighty!" The cheers shook the sky. The dragon slayers were completely desperate. If they did not escape now, when would they? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the dragon slayers tried to escape like stray dogs. The Empyrean fairy shouted, "Stop them!" Boom boom boom. The dragon army swept over like a tide. The dragon slayers had lost their morale. How could they be a match for the dragons? Their last remaining strength disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, the leader's heart was like dead ashes. He used all his strength and shouted, "I can't accept this." His voice stopped abruptly because his dragon god fragment was completely absorbed by Tang Zheng. He widened his eyes and disappeared into the purple hole. The purple hole quickly disappeared. Tang Zheng's body shone with a purple light, like a purple sun, emitting a dazzling purple light in midair. The dragons raised their heads and looked at the sky. They stared blankly at this scene with their mouths wide open. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. The Dragon King was dying. At this moment he seemed to have recovered a bit of energy. He stood up straight and stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. He smacked his lips and muttered to himself, "Dragon! God!" Tang Zheng was completely immersed in the wonderful experience. Although the leader's power was mighty like a flood, the most important thing to him was the Dragon God fragment. At this moment, he had completely gathered the Dragon God fragment and was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Once the dragons gathered the Dragon God fragment and completely integrated it, they would evolve into a new Dragon God. Now Tang Zheng had finally done it. Chapter 1775. There was only a sliver of life left in the leader's eyes as he stared at Tang Zheng with a dumbstruck expression. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, he could tell that it was the Dragon God. The leader flew to the entrance of the cave, and a purple light flashed before engulfing the leader before disappearing right before everyone's eyes. However, Everyone's attention was focused on Tang Zheng at this moment as his transformation was the most eye-catching. All of the dragon tribe cultivators held their breaths as they stared intently at Tang Zheng, unwilling to miss any details of his transformation. Pieces of purple scales appeared on Tang Zheng's skin. Not long later, he was completely wrapped in a layer of these scales, like a purple armor. A purple dragon horn emerged from the top of his head and quickly grew. Dragon horn. All of the dragon tribe cultivators exclaimed as they pointed from afar. A series of mysterious veined patterns appeared on the dragon horn as it exuded a purple light, and it was particularly eye-catching. Tang Zheng also discovered his own transformation, and he was ecstatic. As the person involved, he knew very well that he was transforming into the dragon god. He was completely focused on this transformation process, and it was a complete rebirth process. His divine sense extended outwards, touching every corner of this space. It was as if he could control everything with a single thought. His entire body exuded a terrifying dragon might, and all of the dragon tribe cultivators were struck by the urge to prostrate themselves before him. Even the Dragon King was no exception. All of a sudden, a dragon tribe cultivator knelt before Tang Zheng and prostrated himself before calling out, "Dragon God!" It was as if a prelude had been kicked off, and all of the dragon tribe cultivators prostrated themselves before Tang Zheng as earth-shattering cries erupted one after another. Dragon God. Tang Zheng floated in the air, looking down at the dragon clan below his feet. His mind was in turmoil. From now on, he was the dragon god, an existence even higher than the Dragon King, the highest existence in the dragon clan. His transformation had already concluded, and his purple armor and dragon horn appeared even more majestic. Among everyone present, only the Empyrean fairy was still standing. All of the other dragon tribe cultivators, including the Dragon King, were kneeling on the ground. The Empyrean fairy's eyes lit up as she smiled at him. Her face was brimming with happiness. Tang Zheng turned his head and glanced at the messy Langya pavilion. With a thought, he gently tapped the ruins with his finger. With a whoosh, the ruins flew up and rapidly condensed. The Langya pavilion was being rebuilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hearing the commotion, the dragons raised their heads in fear, and were immediately attracted by this scene. All of them were dumbfounded. One by one, the dragon souls flew up from the ruins and gathered in midair. Every time a floor was rebuilt, a dragon soul would fly into it. It didn't take long for the 18-story Langya pavilion to be rebuilt. It stood in front of the dragon clan, looking exceptionally shocking. Just a moment ago it was still in ruins, but in the blink of an eye, it was rebuilt. This uncanny workmanship shocked everyone. So this is the power of the dragon god, they exclaimed inwardly. Tang Zheng was also filled with emotion. This is the power of the dragon god. Looking at the Langya pavilion that was as good as new, he felt comforted. In this way, the remaining dragon souls could rest in peace here. They no longer had to worry about being tortured by the dragon slayers. From now on, the dragon clan was completely freed from the shadow of the dragon slayers. The sharp sword hanging above the dragon clan's head finally no longer existed. From today onwards, the dragon clan will truly stand up. Dragons, listen up, stand up. Tang Zheng roared with an earth-shattering roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dragon clan's blood was boiling. They stood up one after another, straightened their backs, held their heads high, and looked at Tang Zheng with blazing eyes. It was as if there were thousands of words stuck in their throats, but they couldn't say anything. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in their hearts. The dragon clan's essence, energy, and spirit had undergone earth-shattering changes. Tang Zheng was very satisfied and nodded with gratification. Dragon King. Dragon King. Suddenly, a cry of surprise broke all of this. The Dragon King fell straight down. He was severely injured. It was already commendable that he could hold on until this moment. There was no regret in the Dragon King's heart. This was the goal that he had strived for. It was also his dream, and now it had finally come true. Tang Zheng hurried to the front of the Dragon King, and saw that he was on the verge of death, as if he only had one last breath left. However, he still looked at Tang Zheng with burning eyes and said weakly, "Thank you. I'll leave the Dragon Clan to you from now on." The Dragon King was very clear about his situation. He knew that he didn't have long to live. Tang Zheng pointed his finger and a purple light flew from his fingertip into the Dragon King's chest and said, "Your mission is not over yet. From now on, you still have to lead the Dragon Clan to become stronger day by day and restore the glory of the past." As the purple light entered the Dragon King's body, his body trembled. A strong vitality was restored from his 8 extraordinary meridians. His eyes gradually revealed vitality. The Dragon King moved his muscles and stood up nimbly. He looked left and right, and looked at his own body in disbelief. "Am I not going to die soon?" "You won't die yet." Tang Zheng laughed. The Dragon King stared straight at Tang Zheng. He no longer had any thoughts of fighting and said sincerely, "Dragon God, thank you." He was about to kneel down and kowtow to Tang Zheng, but was stopped by Tang Zheng and said, "You are the leader of the Dragon Clan. You have to set a good example for your people." Leader of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon King was stunned for a moment. He looked at Tang Zheng in confusion and said, "You are the Dragon God. The leader of the Dragon Clan is you. Under your leadership, the Dragon Clan will definitely rise quickly." Tang Zheng had never thought of being the leader of the Dragon Clan. He had too many things to do, so how could he stay in the Dragon domain? He shook his head and said, "I am only a member of the Dragon Clan. Dragon King, you are the leader of the Dragon Clan." Seeing that Tang Zheng's tone was sincere and didn't seem to be fake, the Dragon King was filled with emotions. He used to think that Tang Zheng might be plotting for his position as the Dragon King. It seemed that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person. Tang Zheng already had an absolute advantage, but he still took the position of the Dragon Clan's leader. This showed that Tang Zheng never had that thought. The Dragon King couldn't help but feel ashamed and lowered his head in shame. Tang Zheng didn't care about his thoughts and glanced at the Empyrean Fairy. The Empyrean Fairy smiled and walked towards him. Under everyone's gaze, Tang Zheng held her hand and said, "The Dragon Clan's crisis has been resolved. I will leave now. Goodbye." "Master." The Golden Dragon had already guessed his thoughts and immediately rushed out to shout. Tang Zheng nodded at the Golden Dragon and said, "You have already returned to the Dragon Clan. Stay in the Dragon domain and cultivate well. This is your home." "Master." The Golden Dragon had thousands of words to say, but he couldn't say anything. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and a purple light burst out from his body. Even the Empyrean Fairy was wrapped up by it. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Watching the two leave, the Dragon Clan was speechless for a long time. They were still completely immersed in their shock. After a long time, the Dragon King came back to his senses. He looked at the Golden Dragon, and then looked at the other Dragon Clan members. He said firmly, "We must not let down the Dragon God's painstaking efforts. From now on, every Dragon Clan member must cultivate diligently, and remember the Dragon God's kindness." "Yes, Dragon King." The earth-shattering reply echoed in the surroundings. Chapter 1776. In the human world, a group of people had been worried about Tang Zheng for many days. They did not know whether his trip to the Dragon domain would be good or bad. This was especially true for Tang Zheng's pure yang energy. This was the main point of everyone's worries. To them, this period of time was like a year. Gotcha! A bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. Outside, there was already a violent storm. Another bolt of lightning pierced through the heavens and earth, tearing the sky apart. It was as if the earth was going to be torn apart as well. No one saw that above the 9 heavens, accompanied by that bolt of lightning, 2 figures appeared out of thin air in the human world. Tang Zheng and the Empyrean Fairy returned from the Dragon domain. They did not care about the storm and flew straight home. Regardless of the wind and rain, they all avoided these 2 people and flew to the sides. Feng Shishir and Yi Dingdang squeezed onto the same bed, listening to the sound of thunder, wind, and rain outside the window. Feng Shishir worriedly said, "I don't know how he is." Yi Dingdang pouted and hugged Feng Shishir's arm. She mischievously asked, "Do you miss him?" Feng Shishir stared at Yi Dingdang without a trace of fear. She asked back, "Could it be that you don't miss him?" Yi Dingdang coldly snorted and said, "This heartless guy left alone with the Empyrean fairy. I don't miss him." Feng Shishir mischievously said. Then who was the one calling his name in her dreams in the middle of the night? Yi Dingdong's cheeks reddened. She coquettishly said, "You're not allowed to say that. Otherwise, I won't accompany you." Feng Shishir laughed involuntarily and worriedly said, "All right, then let's change the topic. Do you think he will succeed? Will the Empyrean fairy save him?" Yi Dingdong's expression turned cold. She became silent and said, "If it were any other woman, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist his charm. But this woman is the Empyrean fairy. She's not an ordinary woman. He might not succeed." Feng Shishir shook her head and said, "I don't think so. Although the Empyrean fairy rejected him so straightforwardly, Tang Zheng's charm is not small." Humph, we're the only ones who fell for his trick. The Empyrean fairy might not fall for it, Yi Dingdang mumbled. If you had to start all over again, would you still be willing to fall for this trick? Feng Shishir asked. Yi Dingdang was silent, unable to reply. After a long time, she resentfully nodded. "Alas, even if it's a bottomless abyss, as long as he's there, I'll still jump in without hesitation." Feng Shishir smiled and said, "Yes, that's his charm. It's fascinating." Kacha. Another bolt of lightning flashed past, drowning out their voices. Suddenly, the two of them found that there was another figure in the room. They were startled and immediately tensed up, ready to attack. It should be known that this place was heavily guarded. Not only was there a formation, but there were also wizard tribe warriors patrolling. Almost no one could break in quietly. "Who is it?" The two of them had already jumped out of bed, and were staring at the newcomer covetously. "Hee, it's only been a while since we last met. Don't you recognize me?" Tang Zheng's voice rang out, and he asked playfully. He was already in the Saint Realm, so the defense here was useless to him. Therefore he and the Empyrean fairy had quietly entered. In the middle of the night, he didn't want to make it too grand and disturb everyone's rest. His hearing was excellent. Nothing could escape his ears. Therefore he heard the private conversation between Feng Shishir and Yi Dingdang. Therefore, after he temporarily separated from the Empyrean fairy, he sneaked into their room without anyone noticing. Hearing Tang Zheng's familiar voice, Feng Shishir and Yi Dingdang were stunned at the same time. Their expressions became interesting. First, they turned pale with fright, then they became wild with joy. Yi Dingdang was like a cheerful elf. With a whoosh, she rushed out and went straight for Tang Zheng. She didn't give him a chance to react and directly hung on to Tang Zheng like a sloth. Tang Zheng hugged her tightly. Yi Dingdang greedily sniffed Tang Zheng's scent and said in a daze, "You're finally back." Feng Shishir was relatively reserved. However, at this moment, her heart was also in turmoil. She stared straight at Tang Zheng and walked towards him step by step. The two looked at each other. Their eyes were full of affection. Tang Zheng reached out his hand and firmly held Feng Shishir's hand. Feng Shishir's heart trembled as she obediently leaned on him. Suddenly, one person hung on to Tang Zheng's body while the other leaned on him. His hands were not empty, but his heart was incomparably warm, as if the ice and snow had melted. Feng Shishir held Tang Zheng's hand tightly. She listened to the strong heartbeat in his chest and whispered, "It's good that you're okay. As long as you're safe, the sky will be clear." This was Feng Shishir's most simple wish. Now that it had finally come true, she was both glad and happy. Yi Dingdong's hand touched Tang Zheng's head a few times, as if to determine if there were any changes. She stared at him and asked, "How did you escape this calamity? Where's your pure young energy? Did it erupt?" Tang Zheng walked step by step to the bedside and gently placed Yi Dingdang on the bed. He sat on the bed and hugged Feng Shishir and Yi Dingdang in his arms. He let them sit on his lap and said, "My pure young energy has erupted, but I have already overcome this greatest danger." "Ah, pure young energy has erupted!" Feng Shishir cried out in alarm. Yi Dingdang also opened her eyes wide and impatiently asked, "Then how did you overcome this danger?" Feng Shishir was also very interested as she stared at him with a burning gaze. Tang Zheng did not hide anything and said truthfully, "Fu Yao saved me." She disregarded the danger, and was willing to give up her life to save me. It really was her. Feng Shishir and Yi Dingdang looked at each other. They were still guessing if the Empyrean fairy would compromise, but now they had the answer. The high and mighty Empyrean fairy actually compromised and walked down the altar to save Tang Zheng's life. Hurry up and tell us in detail. What happened between the two of you, especially the details. We want to hear it. Don't even think about hiding it. Yi Dingdong's heart was burning with the flames of gossip as she said unyieldingly. Feng Shishir also opened her eyes wide, and did not object. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly, and told them everything that happened in the dragon's domain. Immediately, Feng Shishir and Yi Dingdang were deeply attracted. They followed Tang Zheng's actions as if they had experienced it themselves. Especially when Tang Zheng's pure yang energy erupted, the two of them held their breaths. Although they already knew the outcome, they were still unable to calm down. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, two pairs of eyes sized up Tang Zheng as if they wanted to see through him. Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Zheng asked. You have already reached the Sage Realm. What kind of realm is the Sage Realm? Feng Shishir asked. Yi Dingdang asked at the same time. How did you feel when you had sex with the Empyrean fairy? Oh. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes as black lines appeared on his forehead. Only the eccentric Yi Dingdang could ask such a question. He reached out and knocked her head, saying, What are you thinking about all day? Feng Shishir's face turned red, saying, Dingdang, how can you ask this? Yi Dingdang shrugged, saying, I'm just curious. She hugged Tang Zheng's arm, and used all her strength to rub it against her chest. She softly begged, Tell me, how did it feel? To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 1777. Tang Zheng speechlessly looked at the spirited Yi Dingdang, and felt a headache coming on. Yi Dingdang egged on Feng Shishir and said, Shishir, do you want to hear it too? Don't deny it, we are all sisters. How could I not know this? Feng Shishir shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at her. Tang Zheng was at his wit's end. He rolled his eyes and said with a naughty smile, Do you want to know what it feels like? Then you should experience it yourself. That way the feeling will be more profound. After saying this, his hands started to wander around. Yi Dingdang cried out in alarm as if she had been electrocuted. But how could she escape from Tang Zheng's evil clutches? He grabbed her and his big hand had already entered her clothes. Feng Shishir did not think that Tang Zheng would be so bold. With a whoosh, she jumped down from Tang Zheng's lap, and ran towards the door like a frightened deer. I want to go back and rest. Isn't this your own room? Yi Dingdang resisted the trembling in her heart and shouted. Feng Shishir turned a deaf ear, and ran out with a whoosh. You don't care about loyalty. Are you still sisters? Yi Dingdang bitterly said. Tang Zheng laughed. Who told you to get to the bottom of things? Now I'm going to punish you. After saying this, Tang Zheng pressed Yi Dingdang onto the bed. Yi Dingdang's delicate moans echoed with the sound of the rain outside the window, creating a beautiful symphony. In the morning, the air was fresh and many people woke up early. Feng Shishir tiptoed to the door of her room, and listened attentively to the movements inside. Mu Hongyan saw this and curiously asked, Shishir, what are you doing? Feng Shishir had a guilty conscience. She patted her chest and said, No, nothing. This is your room. What's there to eavesdrop on? Mu Hongyan laughed involuntarily. Nana popped out from behind Mu Hongyan, and tilted her head. Sister Shishir must have done something bad, right? Feng Shishir blushed and said, Nana, you dare to wrong me. See how I'll deal with you. She threw herself at Nana. Nana giggled and hid behind Mu Hongyan, calling out, Ha ha ha, Mama save me, Mama save me. Creak. The door opened, interrupting this scene. Feng Shishir turned her head mechanically, as if she was under a spell. Several pairs of eyes stared at the door as Tang Zheng walked out. Ah, Tang Zheng. Brother. Mu Hongyan and Nana cried out at the same time, looking at him in disbelief. Tang Zheng casually waved his hand and said, Good morning. Mu Hongyan's eyes turned red. Ignoring the others present, she quickly threw herself into Tang Zheng's embrace. These days, she couldn't sleep at night because she was worried about Tang Zheng's safety. She didn't expect that he would suddenly appear in front of her. This huge surprise made her give up her modesty and throw herself into Tang Zheng's embrace. Nana was slower by a beat. Looking at her mother in Tang Zheng's embrace, she pouted and said, "Mama, why are you so fast? You stole my spot." Tang Zheng tightly hugged Mu Hongyan. His heart melted as he could clearly feel her burning emotions. Gently patting her back, Tang Zheng gently said, "Sister Mu, are you okay?" Mu Hongyan nodded. "I'm fine. How are you?" Her hands searched Tang Zheng's body, afraid that he would have an accident and lose an arm or a leg. "He's fine." Yi Dingdang's voice sounded from behind Tang Zheng. Mu Hongyan looked over and saw Yi Dingdang. Suddenly, she realized why Feng Shishir was eavesdropping at the door. It turned out that she already knew that Tang Zheng was back. Moreover, he must have been with Yi Dingdang last night. Thinking of this, Mu Hongyan bitterly glared at Tang Zheng. How could Tang Zheng not know what she was thinking? He hurriedly said, "I came back too late last night. I was afraid of disturbing everyone, so I didn't say anything." Mu Hongyan was magnanimous and naturally wouldn't care about such petty things. She gently said, "It's good that you're back. Your pure yang energy." His pure yang energy was completely dissolved. Yi Dingdang rushed to say. He hugged the beauty back and was so happy that he almost forgot about home. "Ah." The Empyrean fairy agreed. Mu Hongyan was overjoyed, but she suddenly stopped and stared into the distance. The Empyrean fairy also walked out of the room and looked over with an indifferent expression. Without needing Tang Zheng to answer, Mu Hongyan already knew the answer. Tang Zheng and the Empyrean fairy had already made a good thing happen, which was why he could stand in front of everyone safe and sound. Mu Hongyan sincerely thanked the Empyrean fairy and walked towards her saying, "Thank you for saving him." The Empyrean fairy's expression was indifferent as she said, "I didn't save him for anyone else. But I still want to thank you. It's not just me, everyone in this room wants to thank you." Mu Hongyan said. The Empyrean fairy didn't answer, and instead looked at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng picked up Nana and said, "We're all family. Don't thank me. Where are the others? Wake them up for breakfast." Other than Qingmei, the others aren't at home. Wu and Li Xiaotian went to Dianan to preside over the overall situation. Linger is still busy filming. Mu Hongyan introduced. While speaking, Lu Qingmei also walked out of the room and muttered to herself, "It's so lively so early in the morning. What happened?" Suddenly, as if someone had cast a spell on her, she froze in place and stared blankly at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng put down Nana and opened his arms to Lu Qingmei saying, "Sister Mei, you're the last to get up. Be careful not to become a big lazy worm." Lu Qingmei's pretty face flushed red and said, "Why are you still so glib?" Tang Zheng laughed loudly. Ignoring the blazing eyes of the others, he directly walked over and hugged Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei's whole body was startled. She wanted to break free from his embrace, but she was reluctant to part with him and snuggled in his arms. The others looked at Tang Zheng's bold actions and their eyes were slightly strange. Only the Empyrean fairy understood his actions. After he reached the Saint Realm, his heart had undergone earth-shaking changes. He didn't care about other people's gazes. He only wanted his heart to be clear and follow his heart. Moreover, there was almost no one in this world who could point fingers at him. He silently swore all of this. The others gradually understood, and their eyes became excited. They didn't want to secretly get along with Tang Zheng. He chose to be open and aboveboard. This was a great encouragement to them. Well, let's call the rest of the family together. Everyone will definitely want to know what happened to me. Let's eat breakfast and talk about my matters in the dragon field. The news of Tang Zheng's return made the family completely lively. It was as if it was the new year. Countless people cheered and gathered together. It was very lively. Tang Zheng looked at these familiar faces, as well as those feelings that came from the bottom of his heart. His mood fluctuated. He had persevered to the end in the dragon domain. And these people were his strongest backing, the source of his strength. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1778. Everyone was shaken to the core as their expressions changed. Tang Zheng's experience was too thrilling, especially when the Empyrean fairy sacrificed herself to save him. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they looked at the Empyrean fairy with gratitude. The Empyrean fairy's expression was indifferent, as if they were not talking about her. There was no doubt. The Empyrean fairy did not need to do anything else. Just the fact that she sacrificed herself to save Tang Zheng was enough to win everyone's respect. The Emperor of Heaven looked at his daughter with gratification and said, "Yao, Father is happy that you have such courage." The Empyrean fairy looked deeply at the Emperor of Heaven and said, "This is my own choice and I have also benefited greatly. Not only have I understood my heart, my cultivation has also increased by leaps and bounds." The Emperor of Heaven had always been curious about his daughter's cultivation. He had a feeling that he could not see through it and hurriedly asked, "Yao, what realm have you reached?" "Ninth grade Mahayana." "Ah." The Emperor of Heaven cried out in surprise and joy. "You have also reached the 9th grade Mahayana in such a short time. Could it be?" The Empyrean fairy guessed her father's thoughts and nodded. "Indeed. Although I saved him, I have also benefited greatly. My cultivation is one of the benefits." The Emperor of Heaven smacked his lips and said with emotion, "Fortune is hidden within misfortune and fortune is dependent upon misfortune. It is really hard to explain in a few words." Everyone knew that the 9 Yang Saint body and 9 Yin Saint body were fatal physiques that could easily lead to death. However, once one broke through the life and death restriction, the benefits were also great. The 9th grade Mahayana was a realm that many people dreamed of. It was not something that could be achieved through hard work. It required a great opportunity. The Emperor of Heaven had spent many years and effort to reach this step. He never thought that his daughter would be able to reach it by saving someone. All sorts of feelings welled up in the Emperor of Heaven's heart. Suddenly, his heart trembled as he looked at Tang Zheng with sparkling eyes. "Since Yao has reached the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm, what about you?" "I'm already at the Saint realm." "Saint realm?" the Emperor of Heaven exclaimed. The others were confused and looked at Tang Zheng in confusion, because they had never heard of such a realm. "What's the Saint realm?" Yi Dingdang was very curious and couldn't wait to ask. Before Tang Zheng could answer, the Emperor of Heaven couldn't help but ask, "How does the Saint Plane feel?" The Emperor of Heaven was already at the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm. He had a feeling that there was another realm above the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm, but it was too illusory. He couldn't touch it at all. However, it was different this time. Tang Zheng had actually reached the Sage realm. This had given him great encouragement. He couldn't wait to know all the information about the Saint realm. Tang Zheng glanced at him faintly and said, "After reaching the Saint realm, everything in the world will change." "Really?" Tang Zheng smiled but didn't say anything. Obviously he agreed. "I don't know when I'll reach the Saint realm." The others couldn't help but ask, "Tang Zheng, you haven't said what the Saint realm is." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Above the 9th grade of the Mahayana realm, there is another magical realm, which is the Saint realm." "Wow!" Exclamations rang out as they stared at Tang Zheng. "You're already in the Saint realm. That's too great. Then no one in this world is your opponent, right?" Tang Zheng didn't dare to be arrogant and said, "The world is so big and so magical. Even if I'm in the Saint realm, I may not be invincible." "You're too modest." Many people didn't quite believe it and subconsciously believed that he was the first in the world. "Then what are you going to do next?" "I'm going to the sky beyond heaven." Everyone's heart trembled. They understood that the sky beyond heaven was a top priority. Xiaobai was still in the sky beyond heaven. They didn't know what the situation was like. "There's something I haven't had time to tell you. During the time you were away, the Yen family came several times to inquire about Yen Qingyi." Mu Hongyan said worriedly. "Yen Qingyi." Tang Zheng moved his head and his consciousness was immersed in the heaven realm. After Yen Qingyi was possessed by the heavenly Tao, she was swallowed into the heaven realm by the black hole. From then on, Tang Zheng didn't pay much attention to her. After all, she was in the heaven realm and couldn't jump around at all. Yen Qingyi sat cross-legged in the heaven realm. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at the 9 heavens. She smiled meaningfully and said, Tangzheng, you're finally here again. Obviously, she had already sensed Tangzheng. Yanqingyi, you've been trapped here for so long. Have you reflected? Tangzheng asked. Yanqingyi said disdainfully, reflect? Why should I reflect? This is your mistake, not mine. You imprisoned me here, and went against the heavenly Tao. In the future, you will be punished by the heavenly Tao. Tangzheng was already a sage realm cultivator, and had a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. He said, I'll wait and see how the heavenly Tao punishes me. But you don't repent. Don't you worry about your family? They're so worried about you. I have the heavenly Tao. Everything else is illusory. Yanqingyi said firmly. You're really crazy. Tangzheng said helplessly. Tangzheng, don't just talk nonsense. What kind of ability is it to imprison me here? If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one and see who's stronger. Yanqingyi shouted without restraint. During this period of time, she had carefully investigated the heaven realm and tried to escape, but in the end she gave up. Because all of this was futile. The heaven realm was a cage. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't escape. Thus she set her sights on Tangzheng. If he also entered the heaven realm, would she be able to find a way to capture him and force him to take her out of the heaven realm? She deliberately shouted to provoke Tangzheng. Tangzheng was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart moved, and he said, All right, I'll fulfill your wish. A light flashed, and a person appeared in front of Yanqingyi. He looked at her with a smile and said, Yanqingyi, didn't you want to see me? This person was Tangzheng. However, it wasn't the real Tangzheng. It was his Yuanying doppelganger. However, it was exactly the same as Tangzheng. Yuanying could pass through the heaven realm on his own. This was something that even Tangzheng couldn't do. This was a divine ability that Tangzheng comprehended in a flash of inspiration. Coincidentally, Yanqingyi became a test subject. It was a good opportunity to test Yuanying's strength. Yanqingyi didn't know that this was Yuanying's doppelganger. There was a proud smile hidden in the depths of her eyes. She provoked. Tangzheng, you're finally willing to show yourself. Yuanying said. I'm standing in front of you. Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? I'll give you one more chance. If you fail, what will you do? Yanqingyi bit her lips and said, You'll have to have that kind of strength first. As soon as her voice fell, she activated her power. With a rumble, a huge gully appeared in the ground. It went straight to Yuanying's feet. Yuanying's feet became a void. He stood in the air and looked at Yanqingyi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yanqingyi's attack naturally didn't stop there. An earth-shattering power came from all directions. It was like a giant palm, fiercely slapping towards Yuanying. Yuanying raised his hand and swept it out. It seemed like a gentle breeze, but it had a destructive power. In an instant, those attacks were completely disintegrated. The huge power strangled Yanqingyi. Yanqingyi tried to resist, desperately activating her power. However, all of this was over in an instant. Chapter 1779. Yanqingyi stared blankly at Tangzheng and muttered to herself in disbelief. How is this possible? How could I lose? She had thought that she would definitely be able to defeat Tangzheng after she had rested and honed her strength. Unfortunately, all of this was just her wishful thinking. She did not care about her exposed skin, and did not know what to do. Her eyes were filled with despair. Yuanying looked at her and shouted, Do you still not know how to repent? Yanqingyi's eyes lit up and she shouted hysterically, Why should I repent? You will be punished by the heavens. Yuanying shook his head and said regretfully, Unfortunately, you are so stubborn. You deserve to die. With that said, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Like a rootless duckweed, Yanqingyi flew into the nascent soul's hand with a whoosh. Ah! A desperate scream resounded through the heavens. Yanqingyi gradually lowered her head in Yuanying's hand. Tangzheng was stunned. He did not expect Yuanying to do this. At the last moment, Yuanying actually broke free from his control, and seemed to have her own consciousness. Let go. Yanqingyi was after all a member of the Yin family. Tangzheng did not have the determination to kill her. In the heavens, an invisible storm swept towards Yuanying. Yuanying waved his hand and an invisible force struck back. Boom. A huge whirlpool suddenly formed and stirred up the airflow in the heavens. Yuanying did not move. As for Yanqingyi in his hand, she was already dead. Tang Zheng stared blankly at this scene and did not know what to do. Yuanying was actually going against him. What was going on? That was his Yuanying, which was equivalent to his clone. How could she be his enemy? What is going on with you? Yuanying's face revealed a fanatical expression as she said, "You have the heavenly realm, yet you let it develop on its own. What a waste. This is another world. If you don't know how to change it, then let me do it." You want to transform the heaven realm? Yes, you and I are one, so I naturally have to share your burden. Besides, you're too kind, so I'll do the killing for you. Yuanying casually glanced at Yanqingyi on the ground. With a wave of her hand, a mass of energy enveloped Yanqingyi. In an instant, Yanqingyi turned into scattered light spots, drifting with the wind and disappearing into the heaven realm. He's already dead, so let's just treat him as fertilizer, Yuanying said lightly. Tang Zheng was shocked. This Yuanying was as different as heaven and earth from him. He had once fantasized about fighting side by side with Yuanying and winning every battle. Now it seemed that Yuanying was not on the same side as him at all. He was already thankful that Yuanying did not drag him down. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Come out. Tang Zheng made a decision. How could he be forced to submit by Yuanying? He immediately used his great divine ability, and a whirlpool appeared in the heaven realm. A huge suction force enveloped Yuanying. He slowly rose into the air and flew towards the whirlpool. Tang Zheng wanted to drag Yuanying out of the heaven realm. As long as he returned to the human world, he believed that he had a way to deal with Yuanying. After Yuanying arrived in the heaven realm, Tang Zheng discovered that the connection between him and Yuanying had weakened. This was definitely because of the two worlds. Yuanying was incomparably calm as she said lightly, "If I don't leave the heaven realm, you won't be able to make me leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuanying waved his fingers. A few bursts of energy flew out from his fingertips and hit the whirlpool. With a boom, the whirlpool shattered into pieces. Yuanying floated down lightly and finally landed on the Tree of Life. He sighed and said, "Tree of Life, from now on, you should quickly grow." He flicked his 10 fingers and drew the energy in the heaven realm. Bursts of pure energy converged towards the Tree of Life. Immediately, the Tree of Life was irrigated by the pure energy. It was like a seedling that had been fertilized and grew rapidly. The roots of the Tree of Life extended to 108,000 miles. The main stem pierced through the clouds and covered the sky. A ray of light gushed out from the Tree of Life. In an instant, the heaven realm was covered in green trees and turned into a green world. "Don't you think I did better than you?" Yuanying asked proudly. Tang Zheng was silent. He had always been negligent in managing the heaven realm, but Yuanying had done a better job than him. The heaven realm had undergone earth-shaking changes. "I will make the heaven realm a true great world. A great world that the human world, the ghost realm, the dragon realm and the sky beyond heaven cannot compare to," Yuanying announced proudly. "You can deal with the matters outside in peace." Tang Zheng had mixed feelings, but he could not do anything to Yuanying. His consciousness had no choice but to withdraw from the heaven realm. However, there was a faint worry between his brows. When he walked out of the room, he discovered that there was one more person at home. Yanpatian. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, guessing that he must have come to inquire about Yanqingyi's whereabouts again. When Yanpatian saw Tang Zheng, he was overjoyed. He did not expect that Tang Zheng would actually return, and anxiously stood up to welcome him. "Young Master Tang, this is great, to see you again." Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile on his face. It was extremely unnatural as he said, "Yeah, long time no see." The others looked at Tang Zheng and noticed the subtle change on his face. "Young Master Tang, I came to ask," Yanpatian said impatiently. Tang Zheng waved his hand, interrupted him and said, "I know why you came, Yanqingyi she." Yanpotian's expression turned cold and asked nervously, "What happened to her?" "You're dead." The matter of the heaven realm was his secret. Even if the other party was Yan Patian, he would not casually tell him. Moreover, Yuan Ying's actions were a hidden danger. If others were to find out, what if they used this to deal with him? He had to be on guard. Dead. Yan Patian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Although he was already mentally prepared, when he truly heard this news, it was still difficult for him to conceal his grief. Yan Qingyi was his daughter after all. The blow of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person was incomparably painful. Yan Patian took a deep breath and said, I know. Ever since she walked on this path, I knew that it would be difficult to escape this ending. Elder Yan, I'm sorry, Tang Zheng said in shame. Yan Patian waved his hand and said, It's not your fault. I'm already very grateful that you're able to tell me this news. Currently, Tang Zheng was powerful and invincible, but he did not touch the Yan family. Even if Yan Qingyi was his enemy, he still cared about their old friendship. Yan Patian was a reasonable person. He would not cause trouble for no reason. My condolences. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. 1,000 words were unable to appease Yan Potion's emotions, so he decided not to say anything else. This old man will take his leave. Yan Patian cupped his hands and left dejectedly. When the others saw this, they immediately surrounded him and asked him what was going on. Tang Zheng's expression kept changing. He shook his head and sighed faintly. He did not want to say anything, as this matter had affected him quite a bit. Something happened in southern Yunnan. Chapter 1780. Wu Junshan's panicked cry attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Tang Zheng frowned and asked in a deep voice, What happened in Dianan? Wu Junshan said, I just received news from Wu that the 100,000 mountains in Dianan is completely surrounded by Yin Qi. It's like hell on earth. Once humans get close, they will disappear. There have already been cases of humans disappearing. Tang Zheng's expression suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed into slits. He said meaningfully, The 100,000 mountains is filled with Yin Qi. I'm afraid this matter is related to the ghost realm. That's what we guessed too. Then what about Li Xiaotian? Isn't she in Dianan? She can freely enter and exit the ghost realm. How did she do it? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Li Xiaotian was a ghost realm traveler and cultivated the Ksitigarbha Sutra. She had a deep relationship with the Dizong of Goguryeo. She should have a way. Wu Junshan had always been critical of Li Xiaotian. After all, she was once the holy maiden of the Li Palace. But at this moment, all of these prejudices disappeared. Li Xiaotian stood out at the critical moment. This courage alone made Wu Junshan have a whole new level of respect for her. Moreover, Li Xiaotian was his son's woman. With all of these factors mixed together, Wu Junshan naturally changed his view. Li Xiaotian also entered the 100,000 mountains and disappeared without a trace. Wu Junshan said in disappointment. Wu was going to enter the 100,000 mountains, but I stopped her in time. I understand. Tang Zheng's expression became gloomier. Then I'll go to Dianan to investigate. I want to go too. The others were eager to give it a try and volunteered. Tang Zheng glanced around and said, No, the ghost realm is not like other places. Once humans get close, they will be hurt. What's more, the 100,000 mountains is already filled with Yin Qi. I don't know what happened. Looking at everyone's disappointed eyes, Tang Zheng encouraged. Don't worry, I'll go investigate first. If I really need your help, I'll definitely summon you. All right. Everyone was helpless and could only bitterly agree. I'm leaving. Tang Zheng left as soon as he finished speaking. He had already disappeared from where he stood. In Dianan, the area covered by the celestial chess had undergone tremendous changes. It had become a paradise for martial artists. Martial artists from all over the world had gathered here, borrowing the power of the stars in the celestial chess to transform themselves and improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. As soon as Tang Zheng arrived in the sky above Dianan, he saw many martial artists flying in the air. Ordinary people were already used to it and continued to do their own things step by step. Although there were many martial artists, the public security in Dianan had always been very good. This was all thanks to the joint management of Wu and Li Xiaotian. In the past, there were martial artists who stirred up trouble. After killing one as a warning to others, these people became obedient. Moreover, everyone knew that Tang Zheng was behind Dianan, an invincible expert. If he blindly made trouble and provoked Tang Zheng into taking action, then he could only cry. In addition, they had indeed obtained tangible benefits in Dianan. Their skills had greatly increased, and it was a world of difference from before. Most people were unwilling to give up this benefit. The other martial artists saw Tang Zheng and realized that he was flying on his sword. His aura was completely different from other martial artists. Cultivator. The martial artists cried out in surprise and pointed at him. They did not recognize that this person was Tang Zheng. After Tang Zheng reached the Saint Realm, although his appearance did not change, his aura had undergone a tremendous change. Those who were familiar with him could not recognize him at all. Moreover, Tang Zheng had caused a great commotion in the past, but ordinary people had not seen him before. It was reasonable that they did not recognize him. Tang Zheng ignored these people and directly landed in a direction. This was the border between Dianan and the 100,000 Mountains. Wu and Li Xiaotian chose this place as their headquarters. They could control Dianan and monitor the situation in the 100,000 Mountains, killing two birds with one stone. This person went to that place. The crowd exclaimed and looked in the direction where Tang Zheng disappeared. For a moment, his identity was on the verge of being revealed. There were few cultivators in Dianan, and he went to that place. His aura was so mysterious. Who else could it be except for the legendary Tang Zheng? Many people became excited. Tang Zheng had countless fans in Dianan. After all, what he had done had benefited the martial artists. It's a pity that I didn't chase after him and ask for an autograph. Even if there was no autograph, I would not have lived in vain if I looked at him closely. The others echoed and looked in that direction and sighed. He came here at this time. It must be related to the 100,000 Mountains. A smart person said thoughtfully, "Great, the 100,000 Mountains is full of yin qi. We can't get close. He can definitely solve this problem. Yes, we can't go into the mountains recently, and we can't pick herbs. This has delayed a lot of cultivation progress." The 100,000 Mountains had become the back garden of Dianan. Usually, many martial artists would go into the mountains to pick herbs. The 100,000 Mountains had nurtured many natural treasures and all kinds of rare herbs, which had become the favorite of martial artists. They used these herbs to improve their cultivation. This was just like how cultivators refine pills to improve their skills. Naturally, martial artists were also developing in this direction. Before Tang Zheng landed, several figures rushed to the sky to meet him. Who is it? Tang Zheng did not care as his heart burned with anxiety. With a thought, like a ray of light, he passed through the middle of these people and descended. Whoosh! 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 Waves of mighty star power attacked from all directions. This was the activation of the celestial chess. If it was an ordinary person facing this situation, they could only surrender. However, Tang Zheng's figure moved. He was incomparably agile and passed through the star power without any injury. The people around were shocked. These were all Wu and Li Xiaotian's trusted aides. Among them, there was no lack of former members of the Li Palace. They finally recognized Tang Zheng and exclaimed, "It's Asgard Master, we pay our respects to Asgard Master." Walala! A large group of people knelt down. The others also seemed to have woken up from a dream. So he was the legendary person, the true master of Dianan. No wonder he could come and go as he pleased, and was not afraid of the power of the celestial chess. Only this person could do this so easily. Everyone get up. Where is Marshall? Tang Zheng went straight to the point and asked. Everyone respectfully stood up. Before they could answer, a burst of fragrant wind blew over from afar. A figure flashed, and Marshall was already standing in front of him. "You're here." Marshall stared at Tang Zheng with sparkling eyes. Thousands of words turned into this simple and plain sentence. Tang Zheng held her hand and nodded heavily. "I'm here." She looked around and saw that everyone else was staring at her. She hurriedly took a deep breath and went straight to the point. "You're here for the 10,000 huge mountains, right?" Tang Zheng knew that the matter was urgent, and did not argue. He nodded and said, "Yes, take me to understand the situation first." "Let's go." Marshall soared into the air, her posture light and graceful, like a dancing butterfly. She grabbed Tang Zheng's hand and flew straight into the clouds. Chapter 1781. The 10,000 Mountains was filled with a black smoke like yin qi. It coiled around the 10,000 mountains, causing the 10,000 mountains to look completely different. The two of them floated in the air above the 10,000 mountains. Marshall said worriedly, "We have no way to go deep inside. Otherwise, we will encounter danger." Li Xiaoyan's strength is special. She went deep into the 10,000 mountains, but there was no news of her at all. Tang Zheng's face darkened as he looked down and said, "Let's go, I'll bring you down. With me by your side. You don't have to worry about this yin qi." Marshall had long wanted to take the risk and investigate, but the others had advised her against it, so she had no choice but to give up. Tang Zheng held Marshall's hand and directly descended into the 10,000 mountains, entering deep into the strands of yin qi. But strangely, the yin qi automatically parted to the side, unable to get close to Tang Zheng. Marshall could not hide his excitement as he held onto Tang Zheng's hand tightly, as if he had found his backbone. This was his man, and these difficulties were not difficult for him at all. However, the yin qi did not give up. It still tried to approach Tang Zheng and Marshall, but an invisible force resisted it, causing everything to be in vain. The road ahead was still very blurry, and they could not see any further. "Open!" Tang Zheng frowned, and with a shout, he pointed forward with his finger, and an earth-shattering power rushed out, causing the yin qi to disperse. The world regained its brightness, and they could finally see the distance clearly. The two of them continued forward for a while, and Tang Zheng discovered that the yin qi in one direction was getting stronger and stronger. He had a premonition that something must have happened. Suddenly, the two of them stopped in front of a cliff and stared blankly at the cliff beneath their feet. A dense yin qi came from below. "The source is down there." Marshall pointed down and said. Tang Zheng nodded and said, "Let's go down. I want to see what's going on." Whiz. The two of them leaped and descended in a straight line. After passing through layers of yin qi, the two of them finally landed at the bottom of the cliff. Tang Zheng was not unfamiliar with this place, because the inner demons were released from here. The bronze coffin was still quietly placed in Tang Zheng's Sumeru world. What kind of strange things would happen here now? Tang Zheng could not figure out the truth no matter how hard he tried. He could only explore it step by step. However, when his feet stepped on the soft ground, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a strange feeling. He looked around, but there was no trace of yin qi. No, that yin qi is just a smokescreen. There's no yin qi at the core, but another kind of energy. This energy is a little familiar. His eyes widened as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Savage aura. He had almost forgotten about this power because he subconsciously believed that this power had completely disappeared from this world. Why did it rise from the ashes and reappear? Of course, he didn't know that a savage aura had been left behind on Mount Tai. Tang Zheng couldn't figure it out, but his heart was already in his throat. During the Battle of Mount Tai, the savage aura had almost revived the Yellow Emperor. That battle was still fresh in his mind. Could it be that the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates have not completely disappeared, and after giving up they have come back again? Tang Zheng couldn't figure it out, so he could only carefully move forward, not forgetting to remind Wu. "In a while, stay by my side. If anything happens, you can't rush to the front. I'll take care of everything." Wu saw the worry between Tang Zheng's brows and nodded heavily, saying, "I understand." She also knew about the savage aura and asked, "Why would the savage aura appear in the 10,000 huge mountains?" "I believe the answer will be revealed soon." Tang Zheng grabbed Marshall's hand and quickly walked forward. The surrounding savage aura became more and more intense. Tang Zheng's eyes were like torches as he closely observed the movements and changes in his surroundings. There were quite a few changes at the bottom of the canyon, completely different from the last time Tang Zheng came here. Suddenly, a strange sound came from beneath their feet. Tang Zheng and Marshall staggered and almost fell to the ground because their feet were bound. What is it? Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he stared at his feet. A piece of black rock turned into a chain, firmly locking the two's ankles. There really is something fishy. Tang Zheng could clearly feel a strong savage aura from the chains. He suddenly lifted his feet, and with a kacha sound, the chains broke. The two of them broke free from the chains and had no choice but to be even more careful. Whoosh! A huge rock fell down from above, smashing towards the top of their heads. Break! Tang Zheng let out a shout, and an invisible force soared into the sky. With a loud boom, the rocks shattered and scattered in all directions. Tang Zheng didn't even have time to catch his breath before a series of crashing sounds could be heard. The rocks quickly gathered together and turned into a stone man. Ha! Tang Zheng's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but remember the four symbols. These rocks actually have life. Could it be because of the savage aura? Before Tang Zheng could analyze the result, the stone man raised his fist high up and smashed down fiercely. The fist left the stone man's arm and like a cannonball, it flew straight towards Tang Zheng. Your life is very good, right? Let's see how you're going to revive now. Tang Zheng suddenly waved his arm. With a boom, the stone man turned into a pile of powder and scattered with the wind. As for the fist, it also disappeared without a trace. Tang Zheng curled his lips in disdain. He already had a premonition that there was someone behind all of this. Since the other party liked to play hide and seek, then he might as well not play with them. He roared. Why are you pretending to be a ghost? Quickly show yourself. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the mountains shook and countless rocks fell from the sky. A light barrier soared into the sky and firmly covered the two of them. The two of them were safe and sound, but when they looked up, they couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. This canyon was actually alive. Countless rocks flew in all directions and gradually formed a huge stone man. It looked down from above like a huge monster. The two of them stood at the foot of this huge monster. They looked extremely small. The huge pressure caused Wu's expression to change. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Tang Zheng's hand. Tang Zheng snorted, his thick eyebrows raised, and said, I want to see what kind of medicine you're selling in your gourd. The hidden profound sword, flatten everything. Xiao. An ear-piercing sword cry soared into the sky. Wherever the hidden profound sword passed, the sword tip was invincible. It collided with the rocks and created intense sparks. However, how could the rocks resist the hidden profound sword's tip? With a rumbling sound, the rocks were torn apart. Suddenly, a delicate shout came from the sky. Tang Zheng, you're here to ruin my plans again. Chapter 1782. Tang Zheng and Wu looked at that person in disbelief, and exclaimed at the same time, It's you. Haha, you didn't expect that, did you? You must have thought that I was dead, but I'm still alive and well. I'm not willing, how can I die? Yimeyu, you've done all sorts of bad things. You didn't even let your own family off. What else are you unwilling to accept? Tang Zheng mocked. So this person was actually Yi Dingdang. If Yi Dingdang saw her, he would definitely be very angry. Ever since Yi Dingdang returned to the Ye family, Yimeyu had been targeting her everywhere. Later on, he chased after Nightmare to cultivate the heart's dream traceless technique. He thought that he was no longer in this world, but he never thought that he was actually hiding in the 10,000 huge mountains. What was with the savage aura around her? Tang Zheng and Wu Zhuozhuo stared at her, but did not see any clues. Haha, they are not my family. I no longer have a family, I am alone. Back then, in the Battle of Mount Tai, you won, but you did not know that the savage aura had not truly disappeared. Now, I will let you experience the power of the savage aura. Yi Meiyu was in a state of madness. Back then, when she was released by Yi Xuanji, she was in a daze and had already lost her goal. She never thought that she would coincidentally arrive at the peak of Mount Tai and accidentally discover the remnant savage aura. Then she thought of a way to use the savage aura. She was indeed powerful. She had actually merged with the savage aura and became one with it. From then on, her strength had greatly increased, and she had even snuck into the 10,000 huge mountains. This was because she knew that this vast mountain range was the best place to hide. Tang Zheng's power was like the sun in the sky, and his eyes were everywhere. It was not easy for her to hide, and only the 10,000 huge mountains could hide. After she fused with the great desolate Qi, she gradually discovered some mysteries. The savage desolate Qi was the Qi at the beginning of the world, and was the source of the Qi of heaven and earth. Whether it was the spirit Qi of heaven and earth or the Yin Qi of the ghost realm, they were all evolved from the savage Qi. After all, her cultivation was still shallow, so she was unable to completely control the savage Qi. Thus, when she reached the later stages of her cultivation, the savage Qi leaked out. Yi Meiyu was very clear that the savage aura would easily be exposed and attract the attention of others, so she disguised the savage aura as Yin Qi. There was a primordial heavenly tomb in the 100,000 mountains, so the Yin energy was extremely dense, so it was not too conspicuous. However, she didn't expect that the aura of the desolate mountains would increase day by day, and the Yin Qi would also increase day by day. It almost filled the entire 100,000 mountains. As soon as Yi Meiyu finished speaking, a savage aura gushed out and filled the entire area. Rumble! The stone giant raised its foot and stepped towards Tang Zheng and Wu. The two of them felt their heads darken as a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Instead of retreating, Tang Zheng roared, "Break!" The hidden sword of Xian soared into the sky and turned into a sharp ray of light, slashing towards the stone golem. Gotcha! With a burst of sparks, the stone golem's leg was cut off. The corners of Tang Zheng's mouth curled up into a smile. However, it instantly froze because the amputated leg's attack did not slow down, and was still ferociously attacking him. Haha, how can this little trick stop me? Yi Meiyu laughed maniacally. Tang Zheng snorted. The hidden sword of Xianzang's sword light was as bright as a star. It quickly slashed out, and with a boom, the gigantic leg was shattered after being struck. Yi Meiyu roared angrily. Stubborn. Let's see how long you can last." Her eyes were scarlet red. With a wave of her hands, countless boulders flew over from all directions, turning into a huge mountain. The stone golem stood at the peak of the mountain and descended from the sky. The sky had already turned completely pitch black. The canyon beside him had long since disappeared. The mountain rocks had all flown into the air, and the surroundings had turned into a plain. Wu's face tensed up as he volunteered and said, "I'll deal with her." Whiz. She was like a rocket as she flew towards the gigantic mountain peak. Boom. Boom. Tang Zheng did not move, and quietly observed Wu's counterattack. It had to be said that her power had advanced by leaps and bounds, and was no longer the same as before. It was a pity that after Yi Meiyu had fused with the savage aura, she was simply not human, which was why her strength was so terrifying. A firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon? Go to hell. Yi Meiyu roared in disdain as the mountain peak fell even faster. Bang! Wu heavily fell to the ground. Tang Zheng immediately supported her and comforted her. "You rest first, I'll do it." Wu stubbornly shook his head and said, "I haven't lost yet." With that, she flew into the sky again. This time, it was completely different from before. Her body was emitting a dense amount of star energy that quickly fluctuated. The air was like boiling water, constantly fluctuating. The power of the stars. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he laughed in his heart. He already understood Wu's intentions. Hua! Above the 9 heavens, the stars flickered, adorning the sky above the 10,000 mountains. Waves of mighty star energy descended from the sky and slowly gathered together, forming a gigantic pillar of light that pierced through the heaven and earth. Whiz! This pillar of light illuminated the 10,000 mountains. The originally dark heaven and earth became bright, like the scorching sun in the sky. Yi Meiyu sensed that something was amiss and raised her head in surprise. When she saw the pillar of light, her expression changed and she blurted out, "What's going on?" Boom! The pillar of light directly struck the mountain peak. With a loud sound, the mountain peak shattered into pieces. However, the power of the stars did not stop there. With a flash of light, the fragments disappeared. They had been refined into air and scattered with the wind. "Let's see what else you can do now," Wuxia said angrily. This time, She had used the heavenly chest to draw upon the power of the stars. That was why she had such a terrifying power. She had not been stationed in southern Yunnan for long, but she had not been idle for a moment. She had been constantly expanding the range of the power of the stars, which included the 10,000 mountains. Although the heavenly chest only covered a portion of the 10,000 mountains, once it was activated, its power would still be terrifying. A second before the pillar of light hit the mountain peak, Yimeyu had escaped in time. Therefore, after the mountain peak and the stone man disappeared, she was not injured. She only appeared to be in a sorry state as she landed far away to the side. After defeating Yimeyu's attack, the corner of Wuxia's mouth curled up into a relieved smile. His legs went weak, his strength was exhausted, and he fell straight to the ground. Tang Zheng anxiously supported her and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Wuxia squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine, I'm just exhausted." She had used more energy than she could bear. She had used up a lot of energy and could no longer launch a second round of attacks. Tang Zheng checked her body and confirmed that she was fine. Only then did he relax and encourage her. "You did well, leave the rest to me." Looking at the two of them being intimate and not putting her, Yimeyu, in their eyes, Yimeyu seemed to have gone mad as she shouted hysterically, "I want you to die without a burial ground." Chapter 1783. After Yimeyu shouted crazily, a savage aura that covered the sky and covered the earth swept over from all directions. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every rock seeped out. This entire area was filled with a savage aura. Tang Zheng remained unmoved. He stared at Yimeyu with a burning gaze and asked, "Where's Li Xiaotian? What did you do to her?" "Hee, you're confident. Of course I will make her life worse than death. Torturing her is truly an incomparably enjoyable thing." Yimeyu proudly showed off. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted, his eyes gradually turned red, his eyes were bloodshot, and he walked towards Yimeyu step by step. Yimeyu was pleased with herself. She did not put Tang Zheng in her eyes at all. When the two of them looked at each other at a close distance, Yimeyu's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. "Where did you hide her?" Tang Zheng asked fiercely. "Do you want to see her?" "Hee, I'll let you guys meet now. Let's go to the Yellow Springs Road together in a while." Yimeyu pointed with her finger, and a savage aura landed on the ground. Ka-cha! The ground cracked open as if there was an earthquake. A huge ravine appeared in front of him. "This is..." Tang Zheng shivered. He opened his eyes wide and stared straight at the ravine. A familiar figure jumped into his eyes. "Li Xiaotian!" Tang Zheng blurted out, involuntarily shouting. Li Xiaotian was on the verge of death. She weakly raised her head, and when she saw Tang Zheng, her eyes lit up, and said, "You're here." Tang Zheng nodded his head heavily and said, "Yes, I'm here. I'm here to bring you home. Hold on for a while." Li Xiaotian seemed to have known that this day would come, and said with satisfaction, "I knew you would come to pick me up. I've been waiting for you. It's just that I'm useless and couldn't defeat her." "You've already done well enough. None of this is your fault." Tang Zheng's heart was moved as he impatiently wanted to save her. Yimeyu saw through Tang Zheng's method and said jokingly, "She's right here, let's see how you save her." Tang Zheng said indifferently, "Yimeyu, just now Marshall used the power of the stars. Do you think the power of the stars is limited to this? You underestimate the power of the stars. Underestimate the power of the stars. Now, I will show you the true power of the heavenly chess. In your dreams." Yimeyu was completely fearless and took the initiative to attack. Bang bang bang, a stone all, as sharp as a blade, under Tang Zheng's feet. Tang Zheng soared into the air, and activated the heaven's chess. However, of the heavens, the heavenly of the heaven of the great mountain. But in that second, everything changed. Of the mountain of the heaven of the mountain of the mountain. This was Tang Zheng, relying on the cultivation of the sage realm. It was completely incomparable. Yimeyu sensed that something was amiss, but she did not take it to heart. She commanded the savage qi, and another stone pillar rose into the air, erected around Tang Zheng, like a prison cell. trapping Tang Zheng inside. You want to trap me? Hee hee, you're thinking too beautifully. Tang Zheng laughed in disdain. With a rumbling sound, above the 9 heavens, the sky turned dark, but there were no dark clouds. In the pitch-black sky, twinkling stars appeared one after another. These stars continued to flicker, becoming more and more resplendent. They had a power that caused one's heart to tremble in fear. Ka-cha! A ray of light flew out from one of the stars, and with a trajectory that could be seen with the naked eye, it shuttled through the sky. In an instant, many of the stars were refined into a few lines, forming a pattern. This is... Yi Meiyu looked at this scene suspiciously, unable to guess what Tang Zheng's intentions were. Wu Yi also raised her head and stared at this scene. This was a completely new application of the sky. She was powerless to do anything about it, but she could feel that something was undergoing a tremendous change. Shwa. The pattern in the sky finally became clear. It was actually a bow and an arrow, shining like stars as they floated in the sky. Yi Meiyu's pupils constricted as she exclaimed, "What is this?" Finally, she felt that something was amiss. Attack! Tang Zheng roared. Whiz! That arrow was like a meteor as it descended from the sky, streaking across the pitch-black sky. Yi Meiyu turned pale with fright and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" She hurriedly waved her hands, and with a rumble, rocks piled up in front of her, forming a gigantic shield. This shield was incomparably thick, as if it was indestructible. Break! Boom! The arrow struck the shield, causing pieces of gravel to fly into the air, and the arrow also disappeared into thin air. Yi Meiyu heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally managed to defend herself in time, blocking this terrifying attack. However, before she could even catch her breath, a ray of light streaked across the sky, and another arrow pierced through the clouds unexpectedly arrived. Yi Meiyu forced herself to focus, clenching her teeth. She hated Tang Zheng to death, but there was nothing she could do. She had no choice but to quickly respond. Pieces of rocks formed a hard boulder that glowed with light. However, when the arrow hit, the so-called boulder was like a chicken or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow and turned into ashes. Bang bang bang. The stone pillars around Tang Zheng also broke and fell to the ground. Tang Zheng walked out confidently, looked at the dazed Yi Meiyu and said, "Now you know how powerful the sky chess is." Yi Meiyu's eyes erupted with flames of hatred as she roared. "I am not willing to accept this. I have worked so hard for so long, I will not be defeated just like this." The power of the stars was even more powerful than the savage aura. Yi Meiyu's attack had already collapsed, and was no longer a threat to Tang Zheng. Yi Meiyu glanced at Wu, who was imprisoned in the ravine, and with a flash of inspiration, she roared hysterically, "Tang Zheng, if you want to kill me, then I will make all of you accompany me in death. I will perish together with all of you." Bang! Just as the roar stopped, there was an explosion and Yi Meiyu exploded on the spot, disappearing into thin air. What's going on? Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide in surprise. Wu was also puzzled, and asked in bewilderment, "Tang Zheng, did she commit suicide?" Suicide? Would Yi Meiyu commit suicide? Tang Zheng did not believe it at all. There was definitely something strange going on. Saving people is more important. Tang Zheng ignored it for the time being and ran straight to the ravine, preparing to save Li Xiaotian. As soon as he arrived above the ravine, a blazing wave of air rushed up from the ravine, almost blowing Tang Zheng away. A huge red wave submerged Li Xiaotian. Magma. Tang Zheng recognized this thing at a glance. He was someone who had seen a volcano erupt before, so he knew how powerful it was. If Xiaobai was here, he would naturally not be afraid of this magma. But the other party was Li Xiaotian. Ah! A mournful scream came from the magma, but it gradually became softer. A huge red wave slapped out, and Li Xiaotian completely disappeared. Tang Zheng felt like his liver and guts were about to burst. He roared like a madman, "Li Xiaotian!" But there was no reply. "Yi Meiyu, I will tear you into pieces." Chapter 1784. Li Xiaotian had disappeared. He must have been melted by the magma. Tang Zheng's guts were about to burst. That was his lover, a woman who did not hesitate to sacrifice her life to save him. How could he remain calm? His killing intent surged, covering the sky and the earth. A gale suddenly blew up, rising from the ground and sweeping up the magma, trying to tear it into 4 or 5 pieces. Although Yi Meiyu had exploded on the spot and disappeared without a trace, Tang Zheng believed that she did not die, but had instead merged with the magma. The magma and the savage aura fused together, and underwent an earth-shattering change. It was no longer a simple magma. Yi Meiyu was the magma, and the magma was Yi Meiyu. The blazing heat wave seemed to be Yi Meiyu's aura, causing people to feel nauseous. Yi Meiyu, go to hell. With a shocking roar, a gale carried the magma and soared into the sky, transforming into a pillar of fire that stretched across the sky. Cracking sounds came out from within. The gale was using its own power to tear the magma apart. Ha ha ha, Tang Zheng, how does it feel to live a life worse than death? Yi Meiyu's voice suddenly sounded out, extremely arrogant. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted. He had not guessed wrongly. Yi Meiyu had not died at all, but had merged with the magma. Now her attack power would be even more terrifying. I will let you experience this feeling twice as much. When she dies, I think this feeling will be even more interesting. Yi Meiyu said. However, it was clear who he was referring to. Marshall. After she killed Li Xiaotian, she was still not satisfied and even aimed her spear at Wu. If something were to happen to Wu, it would definitely be a devastating blow to Tang Zheng. Yi Meiyu clearly understood this logic, which was why she was so crazy. How dare you? Tang Zheng roared, his figure flashed, and pounced towards Wu, preparing to protect her. Unfortunately, the heavens were unpredictable. The magma's speed was even faster, turning into a fire dragon. With a flash of fire, its bloody mouth had already bitten down on Wu. Wu had tried to resist, but she was no match for Yi Meiyu. When Tang Zheng saw the despair in Marshall's eyes, his heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. He was about to faint as he hysterically shouted, "Don't!" However, it was too late. With a flash of fire, Marshall disappeared into the mouth of the fire dragon. Ah! Tang Zheng abruptly stopped, as if someone had cast a spell on him. He floated in the air in a daze, and no sound came out of his wide-open mouth. Hee, Tang Zheng, if you kill yourself, then I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will torture you to death. Yi Meiyu's voice sounded again, even more arrogant and despotic. She actually wanted Tang Zheng to kill himself. Tang Zheng gradually came back to his senses. His eyes were full of indifference, like a wasteland, without any signs of life. Just one look from him was enough to make people fall into an ice cave. Yi Meiyu, you killed 2 of my beloved women. If I don't kill you, how can I let their souls rest in peace? You brought all of this upon yourself. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you boast that you have a savage aura? Tang Zheng muttered to himself as if he was possessed. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his tone, as if he was speaking to a dead person. Haha, Tang Zheng, what can you do to me? Yi Meiyu asked fearlessly. You don't know who you've offended. Your doomsday has already been decided. Tang Zheng's tone was calm, and did not even have the slightest hint of threat. However, when it came out of his mouth, an invisible killing intent spread outwards. Shwa. Above the 9 heavens, the stars flickered. The power of the stars descended from the sky, enveloping the entire 10,000 huge mountains. The land seemed to have turned into porridge in the middle of the night. Tang Zheng glanced at the magma fire dragon indifferently, and said without batting an eyelid, "Explode!" Yi Meiyu was about to retort with a few words of ridicule. Boom! With a loud sound, the power of the stars covered the entire area. The fire dragon had nowhere to run. Roar! Tang Zheng roared towards the sky. It was actually a dragon's roar. His entire body flashed with a golden light, and he had already transformed into a true dragon. The power of the stars in the sky landed on his body, causing the golden dragon scales to become even more dazzling. Whiz! The golden dragon that Tang Zheng had transformed into rushed towards the fire dragon. Countless amounts of star power converged towards the golden dragon, and every time Tang Zheng absorbed a bit of star power, the dragon scales would become even more dazzling. Not long after, the golden dragon seemed to have turned into a sun, illuminating the entire mountain range. It was almost impossible to look straight at it. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon and the fire dragon continued to exchange blows. All sorts of lights danced in the air, like a dazzling fireworks show. However, the danger within was not something that ordinary people could imagine or bear. Bang! Suddenly, the tail of the fire dragon was swept by the golden dragon and broke into two halves. It turned into balls of magma and fell down. Unfortunately, before it could fall to the ground, a golden dragon tail swept across it. Sparks flew in all directions, and the magma completely dissipated. The fire dragon only had half of its body left. It struggled on the verge of death, but how could it be a match for the golden dragon? After a few rounds, the fire dragon completely exploded, turning into rays of light that filled the sky and completely disappeared. With a flash of golden light, Tang Zheng returned to his human form, but before he could say anything, the scene in front of him changed drastically. Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, he remembered something from the past. Yi Meiyu's master was Nightmare, and she had the ability to instantly lure people into dreams. Tang Zheng had seen her heart's dream traceless technique before. He had never thought that he would be affected by this heart's dream traceless technique. After all, his cultivation was no longer what it used to be, and his ability to distinguish was no longer what it used to be. Now he realized that he had overestimated himself and underestimated Yi Meiyu. After Yi Meiyu had fused with the savage aura, all sorts of divine abilities had undergone a qualitative change. In this world, he was not the only one who had improved. The others had not fallen behind in the slightest. It was precisely because of this mentality that he accidentally entered a dream. Everything that happened just now was just a dream. Li Xiaotian and Wu did not die at all. It was just a dream. When Tang Zheng opened his eyes again, sure enough, Li Xiaotian was still trapped in the ravine, and Wu was also safe and sound. However, both of them did not look too good. Tang Zheng was caught off guard and entered the dream. Their cultivations were far lower than Tang Zheng's, so they naturally did not escape this calamity. They had all experienced the dream once, and it was as if they had died once. The look in their eyes and aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. Yi Meiyu was not far away, but her situation was much worse. She was actually half kneeling on the ground, with a pool of blood in front of her and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Tang Zheng had broken her heart's dream traceless technique, causing her to suffer a heavy backlash and almost lose half of her life. She looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief and muttered to herself as if she was possessed. "Impossible. How could you break my heart's dream traceless?" Tang Zheng did not waste any more words with her. His figure flashed, and he had already saved Li Xiaotian from the ravine. When Li Xiaotian was hugged by Tang Zheng, he revealed a relieved smile. Tang Zheng handed Li Xiaotian over to Wu, who quickly supported the weak Li Xiaotian, while Tang Zheng walked step by step towards Yi Meiyu. With every step he took, his killing intent grew stronger. When he arrived in front of Yi Meiyu, his killing intent was overflowing. Chapter 1785. Yi Meiyu retreated in panic. She still did not understand why she had lost so thoroughly, and found it hard to accept this cruel reality. Tang Zheng was filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth. "Yi Meiyu, you have schemed and used cruel methods. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves." What do you want?" Yi Meiyu asked in panic. Tang Zheng laughed in ridicule. "Don't you think this question is unnecessary? You've been going against me at every turn, and you still expect me to let you go? You really want to kill me?" Yi Meiyu could not believe it. Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "Don't think that just because you're a woman, I won't kill you." With that said, a sword light flashed, and the hidden profound sword pierced through the air, directly piercing through her chest. She looked at her chest in disbelief. Blood flowed out along the sword's body, like a string of beads, falling down in a straight line. She could almost feel her life force rapidly leaving her body. Her legs gradually went weak, she could not stand steadily, and she fell backwards. Bang! She crashed heavily onto the ground. Her eyelids were heavy, and she could no longer open them. Yi Meiyu had died, and he only had himself to blame. Wu and Li Xiaotian were filled with lingering fear. If not for Tang Zheng being strong enough, they would have already been killed by Yi Meiyu. Back then, no one would have thought that the young miss of the Ye family would actually reach such a step and cause such a huge storm. How are the two of you? Tang Zheng's attention shifted to his beloved woman, and he looked at Wu and Li Xiaotian with concern. It was a world of difference from the previous decisive killing. Li Xiaotian smiled charmingly. I won't die yet. It's just that a lot of savage aura has entered my body, causing me to suffer unspeakably. Savage aura. Tang Zheng's heart moved. He looked around. The valley was completely filled with the savage aura. Furthermore, the savage aura was currently ownerless, instinctively destroying everything it came into contact with. Boom. A wave of savage aura struck the rocks, causing rocks to fly everywhere, the mountains to shake, and everything to become a mess. Hurry up and leave this place. Umo was shocked. He protected Wu and Li Xiaotian and was about to fly into the sky, when suddenly, his pupils constricted as he saw an inconceivable scene. What kind of person was Tang Zheng? Anything that could make him feel incredulous was definitely no small matter. Wu and Li Xiaotian also looked over and exclaimed, how could this be? The wild aura between heaven and earth surged crazily towards Yi Meiyu's body from all directions, forming a tornado. She slowly rose into the air, and was at the center of the storm. Countless wild auras entered her body, and her aura also underwent a tremendous change. Tang Zheng, do you feel that there's a bit of life in her body? Wu's eyes turned cold as he asked suspiciously. It was extremely abnormal for a person who was supposed to be dead to suddenly be alive again. Tang Zheng also noticed this. His expression suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he impatiently rushed out, merged with the mysterious sword, and slashed towards Yi Meiyu. Boom! The tornado formed by the savage qi was like an indestructible barrier, forcing Tang Zheng to retreat. Under the attack of the mysterious sword, it was actually unable to break through. This is bad. The veins on Tang Zheng's forehead popped out as they twitched nonstop. So, he waved his mysterious sword again, trying to break through the tornado. The tornado trembled nonstop, but it was still as strong as before. Tang Zheng was burning with anxiety. Just as he was about to activate the heavenly chess, a burst of wild laughter came out from the tornado. Yi Meiyu. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he cried out involuntarily. The tornado gradually disappeared, and Yi Meiyu was actually floating in the air. She was alive again, her long hair fluttering in the wind as she stared at Tang Zheng, and the other two with killing intent. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that the savage qi would have such an effect. As long as I have the savage qi, I will never die. You will never be able to truly kill me. Resurrection from the dead. This was the worst thing that could happen. Tang Zheng was under a lot of pressure. Hearing Yi Meiyu's arrogant voice, he took a deep breath, suppressed his complicated emotions, and said, Yi Meiyu, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. But I will still be resurrected. What can you do? Yi Meiyu said indifferently. Previously, she did not know that she possessed such a sacred art. Now that she had died once, she understood everything. As long as there was the savage qi, she would have an undying body. Tang Zheng subconsciously thought of the inner demons. Back then, he also had an undying body, and whoever killed him, he could take over the other party's body and revive from the dead. But in the end, he still died. Umo did not believe that Yi Meiyu would not die. Moreover, even if he could not kill her, he could still suppress her. It was just like how the Emperor and Qiyu joined hands and used the bronze coffin to seal the inner demons. Bronze coffin. Tang Zheng's heart moved. He remembered this item. Wasn't it kept in his Sumeru world? He had never found a use for the bronze coffin, and had almost forgotten about it. He never thought that Yi Meiyu would make him think of it again. That's right, the bronze coffin can even seal and suppress the inner demons. I don't believe that it can't deal with Yi Meiyu. When Tang Zheng thought about it, he heaved a sigh of relief, and deliberately provoked Yi Meiyu. You are too arrogant, watch me kill you a second time. Whiz. Tang Zheng flew towards Yi Meiyu. But this time, he did not use the hidden profound sword, and was barehanded. Yi Meiyu scoffed, and did not put him in her eyes at all. He couldn't even kill her with the hidden profound sword, so what could he do with his bare hands? Wu and Li Xiaotian stared at him without blinking. Their hearts were in their throats, but they were powerless to help him. Only now did they realize how terrifying the savage aura was. It could actually bring people back to life. This was a realm that many people dreamed of, but Yi Meiyu had actually done it. If he really couldn't control her, then she would stir up trouble, and cause a lot of trouble. The world would probably fall into chaos again. Tang Zheng was also very clear on this point, so he was extremely careful. There was only one chance, and if he missed it, it would be too late to regret it. He saw the madness and disdain in Yi Meiyu's eyes. This was the effect he wanted. The two of them were within reach. Seeing that Tang Zheng had not attacked yet, Yi Meiyu took the initiative to move. She grabbed forward with her big hand, and a tornado formed from the savage aura turned into a long whip, fiercely swinging it over. Now's the time. Tang Zheng acted according to the situation. Sumeru world flashed, and a huge object flew out. Bronze coffin. Yi Meiyu did not understand its meaning, and naturally did not understand Tang Zheng's intentions, so she simply disdained it. Yi Meiyu's vision darkened, as if a dark cloud was pressing down on her. Yi Meiyu curled her lips in disdain. Insignificant skill. The tornado struck the bronze coffin, but it did not move at all. The tornado could not do anything to it at all. Instead, the bronze coffin released a black light, and the tornado was sucked into the bronze coffin, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that, Yi Meiyu's pupils constricted and her expression changed. Chapter 1786. The power of the bronze coffin was terrifying, causing Yi Meiyu to be extremely shocked. She stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze and asked, "What the hell is this thing?" Tang Zheng was reassured and said, "It's a treasure specially made to deal with you. In your dreams." Yi Meiyu snorted angrily. With a shake of her body, she disappeared without a trace, and turned into a surging savage aura. Like an angry dragon, she attacked Tang Zheng. Keep. Tang Zheng used his sacred art, and the bronze coffin fell from the sky like a huge mountain pressing down. Boom. The savage aura clashed with the bronze coffin, and a loud sound resounded throughout the world. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered, but he quickly calmed himself down. He had to admit, Yi Meiyu's attack was indeed terrifying. He clenched his teeth and continuously channeled his power. The bronze coffin started to glow with a black luster. Whoosh. When the savage aura rushed over again, the black luster quickly trapped the savage aura. The savage aura was no longer able to leave, and was slowly absorbed into the bronze coffin. Yi Meiyu's figure gradually appeared again, but she was no longer able to break free from the bronze coffin. Half of her body had already been sucked into the bronze coffin. "Let me go!" Yi Meiyu screamed hysterically. Unfortunately, Yi Meiyu did not succeed. Instead, she slowly sank into the bronze coffin. Yi Meiyu struggled nonstop, shaking her head. She did not expect that all of this would be in vain. She sank deeper and deeper, leaving only her head behind. She glared fiercely at Tang Zheng and shouted crazily, "Tang Zheng, you can't kill me. What can you do to me?" Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. "If I can't kill you, I can trap you. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. You will spend your life in this bronze coffin. I believe that this kind of loneliness will be very wonderful." "No." Yi Meiyu cried out in fear. She didn't want to be imprisoned. She wanted thousands of people to submit to her. She didn't want to be a lonely prisoner. "That's not up to you." As soon as Tang Zheng finished speaking, Yi Meiyu's head was sucked into the bronze coffin, leaving only her hysterical voice echoing in the air. The bronze coffin slowly closed its lid and landed in the canyon. Tang Zheng and the other two stood quietly outside the bronze coffin, feeling deeply moved. "Yi Meiyu, you brought this upon yourself," Tang Zheng said. "Tang Zheng, quickly let me out. Hurry up." Yi Meiyu's voice came out from the coffin, but it was no longer sharp and ear-piercing. It was extremely weak. "Release you to kill me?" Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. "If you don't let me go, when I leave this damned place, I will also kill you. Furthermore, you will die a miserable death," Yi Meiyu threatened. Then let's talk about it after you come out. Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The bronze coffin could even suppress the inner demons, so it was more than enough to deal with Yi Meiyu. She really won't come out again? Li Xiaotian still had a lingering fear in his heart as he asked worriedly. Tang Zheng laughed and said, "Don't worry, she definitely won't be able to come out. Let's go, let's leave this place and let her stay here forever." Tang Zheng brought Li Xiaotian and Wu Sword into the air and left the canyon. Tang Zheng turned his head to look at the canyon, his heart moved, and he bellowed, "Move the mountain." A black hole appeared from the center of his palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A mountain peak rose into the air and flew straight to the side of the canyon. Bang! The mountain peak fell heavily, the canyon was crushed, and the rocks sank down, turning into ruins. The mountain peak sat on top of the ruins. The bronze coffin was located deep underground, and there was a mountain peak on top of it. Even if Yi Meiyu had wings, it would be difficult for her to escape. Li Xiaotian and Wu stared at the scene with wide eyes, looking at Tang Zheng with eyes full of worship. "She won't be able to escape this time, right?" Marshall asked. Tang Zheng smiled and nodded. "Of course." Li Xiaotian and Wu patted their chests and laughed as if relieved of a heavy burden. Suddenly, Li Xiaotian closed his eyes and fell down weakly. She had suffered quite a bit of torture, and was already exhausted. If not for her strong willpower, she would have collapsed long ago. Li Xiaotian. Tang Zheng and Wu cried out in alarm at the same time. Tang Zheng anxiously hugged her, and with a leap, the somersault cloud rose into the air, carrying the three of them out of the 10,000 huge mountains. The next day, Li Xiaotian was already full of energy. Tang Zheng had already helped her get rid of the savage aura, and her body had completely recovered. The two of them strolled in the garden hand in hand. Southern Yunnan was originally located in the subtropics, and the climate was pleasant. It was like spring all year round, and there were flourishing flowers all year round. Li Xiaotian no longer had the viciousness of the past, and only endless sweetness and happiness remained on his face. No one disturbed their world. And even Wu went to deal with the daily affairs of southern Yunnan. After all, almost all the warriors in the country were gathered in southern Yunnan, and all sorts of complicated matters were a test of Wu's ability. A while ago, everyone was in a state of panic. Now that the storm had finally calmed down, she naturally had to deal with the aftermath. Because Li Xiaotian was injured, he could relax a little and enjoy the two of them alone with Tang Zheng. However, the content of the conversation between the two of them was filled with bloodshed. Tang Zheng was telling her about the matters of the dragon realm, and Li Xiaotian was fascinated by it. "One day, I also want to accompany you by your side and fight against strong enemies with you," Li Xiaotian said infatuatedly. Tang Zheng held her waist, his arm slightly exerted force, and said with certainty, "You will definitely have this opportunity, and it will be in the near future. Right now your top priority is to cultivate." Li Xiaotian understood and nodded. "I understand, I am different from ordinary warriors and cultivators. My Ksitigarbha Sutra has already made a new appearance, and I am planning to go to the ghost realm to ask the Dizong of Goguryeo for guidance." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "You can wander freely in the ghost realm, so of course you can't miss such a good opportunity. It just so happens that I haven't seen the Dizong of Goguryeo for a long time, and I am also preparing to meet him." Tang Zheng always remembered Yanqingyi's doomsday prophecy. Yanqingyi was related to the heavenly Tao, and all of this was probably not a frightening lie. As for when the doomsday would happen, he did not know. But there was one thing, he also comprehended the heavenly book, and comprehended the heavenly Tao. Could he make a fuss about it, and find clues about the doomsday? The ghost realm and the human realm were mother and child worlds, and they complemented each other. If the human realm was destroyed, it would not be good for the ghost realm. Therefore, as the lord of the human realm, he naturally wanted to discuss this issue with the lord of the ghost realm. "There is no time like the present, let's go," Li Xiaotian said excitedly. She could go on an adventure alone with Tang Zheng again, and this was a huge stimulation and temptation to her. Tang Zheng smiled knowingly, and with a wave of his hand, he did not need the ghost messenger token, and he had already broken the space restriction between the human realm and the ghost realm, and established a stable space door. Chapter 1787. The sky of the ghost realm was still gray, but a huge vortex appeared in the sky, covering thousands of miles. This huge ghost realm was almost completely covered by the vortex. Tang Zheng and Li Xiaotian looked at this strange scene in shock, because they had never seen such a situation before. The two looked at each other and already understood that an accident had happened in the ghost realm, and it was a bad accident. There was no doubt about this because the ghosts of the ghost realm flew into the sky one by one, and were sucked into the huge vortex, disappearing without a trace. When a certain number of ghosts were sucked in, the vortex would increase in size. This was a vicious cycle. The bigger the vortex, the more ghosts it could absorb. Come, let's go to the center and take a look. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and a ball of light covered Li Xiaotian. This was a protective shield to prevent Li Xiaotian from being hurt again. She had walked through the gates of hell, and Tang Zheng did not want her to go through this kind of torture again. Whoosh! The somersault cloud carried the two of them, and rode on the clouds. Like light and lightning, they crossed thousands of miles of space and distance. The two of them finally arrived at the bottom of the vortex. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the ghosts were like hydrogen balloons rising into the air, quickly disappearing into the vortex. The screams resounded through the world, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. It was creepy, but it was mixed with a strong sense of pain. What the hell is going on? Li Xiaotian asked with a pale face. She had been to the ghost realm several times, but she had never seen such a situation. For the ghost realm, this was simply a disaster. Tang Zheng shook his head. He did not know what was going on, but his mind was clear and he said, "Let's find the Dizong of Goguryeo first, then we can figure out what is going on. I believe that he is safe and sound." "Then where do we find him?" Li Xiaotian asked blankly. Tang Zheng looked around. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he found something unusual. Under the huge vortex, there were ghosts constantly rising into the air. However, there was a place where there were no ghosts in the air. It seemed to be a pure land of bliss. There had to be someone resisting for such an effect to occur. In the ghost realm, only the Dizong of Goguryeo had such strength. "Let's go over there." Tang Zheng pointed with his finger. Li Xiaotian was also a smart person and immediately understood Tang Zheng's thoughts. He said, "Dizong of Goguryeo must be there." When the two of them flew to that area, they looked down and actually saw a huge swastika symbol on the ground, glowing with a dazzling golden light. It was precisely this symbol and the golden light that protected the ghosts below from the tragic fate of being sucked away. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat in the middle of a huge execution field, chanting sutras. There were many people sitting around him. Other than the kings of hell, there were also ghost marshals and ghost operatives. All in all, it was a gathering of countless forces. There was one thing that surprised Tang Zheng, because he did not see all the kings of hell. Could it be that some of the kings of hell had sacrificed themselves? He guessed right. The ghost realm had suffered great losses, and even the kings of hell had fallen. It was obvious how much damage they had suffered. "Let's go down and help." Tang Zheng landed the somersault cloud. The suction force in the sky could not penetrate the golden light of the swastika, but the somersault cloud shuttled freely through the swastika and landed beside Dizong of Goguryeo. All eyes were on the two of them. Most of them were too familiar with these two faces, and would never forget them for the rest of their lives. Many of them knew how powerful Tang Zheng was, and they could not help but feel hopeful. Dizong of Goguryeo was calm and composed as he chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra. He glanced at Tang Zheng from the corner of his eye and did not say a word. However, his expression and actions had already explained everything. He obviously welcomed Tang Zheng's arrival. This was a powerful external aid. "Dizong of Goguryeo, what's going on?" Tang Zheng asked. Dizong of Goguryeo clasped his hands together and said calmly, "An external enemy has invaded the ghost realm, and is devouring the entire ghost realm." What? Tang Zheng was shocked. This meant that it was an external enemy. The ghost realm had always been safe and sound. How could there be an external enemy all of a sudden? He raised his head and stared at the sky. The huge vortex was like a bloody mouth. With a thought, he sensed the huge vortex from a distance. He was well versed in the law of space. He really sensed that this vortex was connected to other spaces. This vortex was actually a spatial door. It really is an external invasion. Tang Zheng furrowed his brows. Dizong of Goguryeo lamented. The ghost realm has such a calamity. I'm afraid I'm not a match for this strong enemy by myself. Even Dizong of Goguryeo was ashamed of his inferiority. He had to admit that the enemy's strength was beyond imagination. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched a few times and asked, "Is the enemy really so powerful? Have you seen the enemy's real body?" Dizong of Goguryeo shook his head and said, "This spatial door appeared without warning in the sky above the ghost realm. It has been there for some time. We struggled to resist it, but we still couldn't resist it. But from the beginning to the end, the enemy didn't show his real body." Tang Zheng was shocked. From this point, it was enough to show that the enemy was really powerful. He could launch such a powerful attack without showing his real body. Dizong of Goguryeo looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression and asked tentatively, "Your cultivation?" Suddenly, Dizong of Goguryeo paused. He looked excited and said in disbelief, "Have you really broken through that threshold? Reached that mysterious realm?" Tang Zheng understood what he meant and nodded. "Yes, I am already in the Saint Realm." The Saint Realm. So that realm is called the Saint Realm. Dizong of Goguryeo suddenly understood and his heart swayed. This was the realm he had been searching for, but he had never found it. He never thought that he could see others reach this realm, which meant that his feeling was right. This realm really did exist in this world. He wanted to get to the bottom of it and find out what kind of realm the Saint Realm was, but the current environment did not allow him to do so. Tang Zheng was also well aware of this point, so he directly said, "I will lend you a hand." Dizong of Goguryeo looked excited. He naturally wanted to see how powerful the Saint Realm cultivation was. Whoosh! Tang Zheng soared into the sky and rushed directly to the huge vortex. The terrible suction force enveloped him in an instant and pulled him into the vortex. Tang Zheng smiled faintly. He had comprehended the law of space. How could this little bit of suction force deal with him? He was safe and sound, like an aircraft carrier in the middle of a storm, unmoved. "Since you're using the law of space, I'd like to see which world you are from," Tang Zheng said faintly. Boom! A wave of qi rippled out, creating a circle of ripples that spread out in all directions. Many ghosts in the air instantly found that they had regained their freedom. The terrible suction force had disappeared. There was no doubt that all of this was due to Tang Zheng's contribution. He had achieved such a great effect in one move. They were all very excited. "Run!" Tang Zheng shouted. The ghosts seemed to wake up from a dream and fled in all directions. The vortex in the sky seemed to have noticed something strange and quietly changed. Chapter 1788. The ghosts escaped death and left the area covered by the vortex. Tang Zheng stood proudly in the air, staring at the huge vortex. The vortex quietly changed, and a face appeared in the sky. Although it was very blurry, Tang Zheng could still see it clearly, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. "It's you!" Tang Zheng cried out in surprise, looking at the huge figure in disbelief. "Who is it?" Dizong of Goguryeo asked curiously. The others also stretched their necks, looking at Tang Zheng curiously. Everyone spent so much time, but still couldn't find out who the other party was. Tang Zheng had just arrived, but he found a clue. Could this be the extraordinary part of the Saint Realm? Tang Zheng muttered to himself. "King Wuling." "Who is King Wuling?" Dizong of Goguryeo asked curiously. "An enemy of the heavens beyond heaven." Tang Zheng's brain raced. King Wuling was Hao Tianwang's son, a powerhouse of the heavens beyond heaven. How could he appear in the sky of the ghost realm? Could it be that King Wuling was on the other side of the spatial door? What was he trying to do? Dizong of Goguryeo didn't know King Wuling, but he realized that the other party was very powerful. He hurriedly said, "Tang Zheng, you must make King Wuling stop as soon as possible." Tang Jing nodded heavily and said, I understand. Whoosh! Moving on its own accord, a wave of air surged up, revealing a sky-shaking wave, surging and surging towards the huge vortex. Pooh! A crack was torn in the vortex, and the spatial door was no longer stable, trembling violently. The other ghosts immediately felt their bodies relax, and the suction force that shrouded them completely disappeared. The vortex gradually converged, showing signs of returning to its original state. Rising from the ashes, do you really think I'm a pushover? How could you possibly surpass me in terms of comprehension of the laws of space? With a few popping sounds, the cracks gradually widened and showed signs of expanding. Like a spider web, they gradually covered the entire vortex. King Wuling's figure rippled and became blurry. This was not the real King Wuling, but King Wuling casting a spell. It must be some kind of secret spell. And then his figure was imprinted in the sky of the ghost realm. King Wuling, you've already revealed yourself. You've done so much, and now you want to just leave? Tang Jing instantly used the sky swallowing technique. The sky suddenly changed color, and the shattered vortexes were actually attracted by the sky swallowing technique's black hole. Whoosh! The vortex couldn't escape the black hole at all. In an instant, most of the vortices disappeared into the black hole. King Wuling's figure became clear again. That was because he had been locked in by the sky swallowing technique. Although they were in two different worlds, King Wuling still couldn't escape from the sky swallowing technique. Tang Jing was like a clear mirror, and naturally knew that he had locked in on King Wuling. How could he let him leave? With a thought, his power increased greatly. Boom! A crack appeared in the sky, crossing the sky. Even though the sky was very dim, the crack was very clear. It was shocking, and it was terrifying. King Wuling, come here. Tang Jing roared, and half a body appeared in the crack. If it wasn't King Wuling, who else could it be? King Wuling widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. His real body was in the heavens beyond heaven, and he thought that he was absolutely safe. He never expected that when he carried out the task assigned by his father, he would encounter such a strong resistance. After the big battle, Hao Tianwang realized that his strength was not enough. If he wanted to crush his opponent, he had to find another way. He thought hard and finally set his eyes on the world of spirits and souls. It was not a secret that the world of spirits and souls was a mother-child world. If Hao Tianwang absorbed the energy of the world of spirits and souls, the fate of the human world would be damaged. Once the fate of the human world was weakened, Hao Tianwang's chances of winning would be higher. The world of spirits and souls was the breakthrough. Hao Tianwang sent his son to carry out the task while he cultivated in seclusion to prepare for the final battle. King Wuling's power had improved by leaps and bounds under Hao Tianwang's guidance. He had reached the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm, which was only a step away from the Saint realm. He was on par with Dizong of Goguryeo. However, King Wuling had the sacred magic weapon given by Hao Tianwang. Against the world of spirits and souls, he had an overwhelming advantage. Dizong of Goguryeo did not expect that when victory was in his hands, someone would ruin his good deed. He heard the familiar roar and was shocked. He roared in disbelief. Tang Jing, it's you. This roar resounded throughout the ghost realm. Tang Jing's name resounded like thunder, and there was no one in the ghost realm who did not know of him. Seeing that the enemy actually knew of him, everyone felt that Tang Jing's abilities were vast and unfathomable. So you know each other. Dizong of Goguryeo suddenly realized. Tang Jing said, not only do we know each other, but we are also old enemies. Dizong of Goguryeo's pupils shrank and said, what do we do now? Watch as I capture him. Tang Jing roared as his figure flashed, shooting straight up into the air towards the gigantic vortex. Half of King Wuling's body was stuck in the vortex. His body was much taller than before and looked terrifying. Sky swallowing technique. Whoosh! The black hole shrouded the top of King Wuling's head. The huge suction force tore him up, and resisted the terrifying power of space. Ah! King Wuling screamed in horror and looked at Tang Jing in disbelief. He roared, how did you become so powerful? Since Hao Tianwang gave him pointers, his power had greatly increased. His confidence in himself had multiplied and he thought that Tang Zheng was no match for him. But at this moment, the strength that Tang Zheng showed made him feel a deep fear. No, this can't be true. He roared hysterically, unwilling to believe this cruel reality. Tang Zheng snorted and said, King Wuling, you didn't linger in the outland but came to the ghost realm to die. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Puff! The black hole increased its strength and King Wuling was sucked straight from the outland. His figure flashed, and he was already standing in the sky above the ghost realm. Tang Zheng casually waved his hand, and with a cautious sound, like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky, the huge spatial vortex shattered into pieces and disappeared into thin air. King Wuling turned his head and looked in despair. He was not like Tang Zheng who could open and close the space door at will. He did not have that ability. He was able to open the space door between the outland and the ghost realm with the help of Hao Tianwang's ability. King Wuling grimaced and looked disgusting. He looked around and found that several kings of hell, and the Dizong of Goguryeo had already leaped into the air and surrounded him. There were all kinds of ghost messengers and ghost generals outside, layer upon layer, surrounding him. Pairs of red eyes stared at him, as if they wanted to eat him alive. The ghost realm had suffered such a great disaster, so they naturally would not let go of the culprit. They had long hated him to the core. King Wuling knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. The enemy was coming aggressively, and with his own strength, he was afraid that it would be a bloody battle. He took a deep breath and activated a new treasure. His eyes burst open and he roared, "You're not qualified to kill me." Whoosh! Chapter 1789. King Wuling's magical weapon was powerful, and the world was completely shrouded in the killing intent of the magical weapon. Ah! Screams came one after another, and the ghost messengers and ghost generals were all affected, screaming as they retreated. Dizong of Goguryeo chanted the name of Buddha, and with a palm strike, a golden handprint fell from the sky. He chanted, and Sanskrit gathered around the handprint, constantly circling and dancing. 10,000 Buddhas. These 4 words jumped out from Dizong of Goguryeo's mouth, and the world turned into a golden color. Boom! The handprint hit the colorful magical weapon, and with a rumble, cracks appeared on the magical weapon, and with a flash of light, the handprint also fell apart. King Wuling looked at this scene in disbelief. That was the magical weapon passed down to him by his father, and it was very powerful, but it was damaged just like that. He didn't see that Dizong of Goguryeo had such powerful strength before, and was completely suppressed and beaten up by him. What's going on? King Wuling shouted hysterically. Ba, before I was distracted to save others, and naturally couldn't fight with you wholeheartedly. Now I have no worries and it's time to seek justice for the ghost realm. Whoosh! Dizong of Goguryeo soared into the sky, and his whole body bloomed with golden light. Especially his eyes, which were wide open, no longer looked kind, but had turned into an angry Vajra. Kidigarbha Bodhisattva mumbled something under his breath. Lines of Sanskrit flew out from his mouth, and the sound of a resounding bell rang out between heaven and earth, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. The other living beings of the ghost realm knelt on the ground devoutly, and looked at Dizong of Goguryeo with blazing eyes. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank, and he also stared at Dizong of Goguryeo, and sighed in his heart. Dizong of Goguryeo was really powerful, and the power of the 10,000 Buddhas was beyond doubt, and even King Wuling's magical weapon could break it. Instead, he became idle and watched this scene with interest. King Wuling was not reconciled and roared, "Go to hell!" Whoosh! A brilliant light shot out from the damaged magical weapon, piercing the sky, and went straight to Dizong of Goguryeo. Dizong of Goguryeo chanted the name of Buddha, and used the 10,000 Buddhas again. Boom! The explosion of light was incomparably dazzling, turning the dim world of spirits and souls into a myriad of colors, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Dizong of Goguryeo narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly he felt a chill in his heart, and a sense of crisis arose. He quickly dodged to the left, but he was still a step too late. Bang! A ray of light hit his chest, and as if he was hit by a great force, his chest quickly caved in, and he flew backward. The The light dissipated, and the others happened to see this scene. Dizong of Goguryeo. Suddenly, cries of alarm rose one after another, and it was very moving. Tangjung thought to himself, cunning. The martial spirit king made a feint, and actually caused the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva to suffer. Tang Zheng's figure flashed and he had already caught Dizong of Goguryeo, and asked, "How are you?" Dizong of Goguryeo weakly shook his head, looked down at his sunken chest, and said with difficulty, "I'm fine." "You heal first, I'll deal with him." Tangjung put down Dizong of Goguryeo, and rose into the air. His eyes were like torches, firmly locked onto King Wuling. King Wuling guiltily avoided his gaze, and said in a threatening manner, "Tangjung, do you also want to die?" "Humph." Tangjung coldly snorted, and said, "Let's see if you die or I die." King Wuling guiltily retreated. He already understood that Tangjung was not the same as before, and he was no match for him at all, not to mention that his magical weapon was destroyed. Just now the second move, 10,000 Buddhas, had already destroyed his magical weapon. Now he didn't even have his most powerful magical weapon, so how could he be Tangjung's match? King Wuling was very self-aware, so he decided to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, and tried to escape. Tangjung saw through his intentions at a glance, and said with a sneer, "You want to leave after injuring someone? You're dreaming. Stay for me." Whoosh! He stretched out his hand, and a black hole suddenly appeared out of thin air, and a huge suction force instantly enveloped King Wuling. King Wuling's complexion changed greatly, and said, "You want to trap me just like that? Break for me." King Wuling's body straightened, and surging waves of energy endlessly spread out, and with a rumbling sound, the sky seemed to be torn apart. However, the black hole was still firm and stable, and King Wuling had no way to break through the shackles of the sky-swallowing technique. "Now you know what it means to be an ant trying to shake a tree, right?" Tangjung asked jokingly. King Wuling's complexion tightened, and he gritted his teeth, using all his skills. Poof! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and King Wuling's aura changed greatly, and he became dispirited. "Come here!" Tangjung roared, and King Wuling quickly moved closer to Tangjung. He kept struggling, but it was all in vain. Seeing this scene, all the living beings in the world of spirits and souls rejoiced, and they all cheered for Tangjung. King Wuling was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he still couldn't stop himself from moving closer to Tangjung. He knew that he had no chance to escape. However, he wouldn't allow himself to become a captive. He grimaced, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. "Tangjung, if I die, my father will avenge me. He will definitely kill you, and all of you, you're all dead. The luck of the outland is soaring, and the world of spirits and souls will be destroyed." A strange look flashed through Tangjung's eyes. King Wuling was determined to die, and he knew that things were not going well. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward King Wuling. No. Tangjung only had time to shout and try to stop him, but it was too late. Boom! King Wuling exploded in the air, and he turned into light and dissipated. He was dead. Tangjung froze in midair, sighed, and looked at the dissipating light. King Wuling knew too many secrets. If he could capture him alive, he would definitely be able to learn a lot about how Tian Wang. However, he still remembered what King Wuling said at the last moment, about the luck of the outland and the survival of the world of spirits and souls. His heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to have guessed something. The others did not think of so many questions. They only saw that King Wuling was dead, and immediately, the tide of cheers was deafening. Pairs of eyes looked at Yu-Mo with gratitude and excitement. This strong enemy was finally dead, and the world of spirits and souls was safe. Dizong of Goguryeo had finished healing, but his mood was not as high as the others. He looked at Tangjung anxiously. Their eyes met, and they seemed to have understood each other's meaning through their eyes. Boom! Before the two of them could say a word, there was an earth-shattering turbulence in the world of spirits and souls. Heaven and earth shook, and the ground cracked. This, Tangjung and Dizong of Goguryeo's heart skipped a beat. Did King Wuling's words come true? The people of the world of spirits and souls immediately fell silent, and looked at the scene in a daze. They were at a loss and many of them shouted in panic. What's going on? Is the sky going to fall, and the earth going to collapse? What happened in the world of spirits and souls? Chapter 1790. Tang Zheng and Dizong of Goguryeo looked at each other, and had already figured out some clues. This must be the aftermath of what King Wuling had done before. Tang Zheng secretly used the law of space to understand more clearly and said seriously, the energy of the ghost realm has been absorbed by King Wuling too much, which caused the energy of the ghost realm to be unstable and the sky to collapse. Dizong of Goguryeo nodded and said, that's right, but do we have a way to temporarily stabilize the ghost realm? Dizong of Goguryeo was not completely sure, so he could only ask Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng thought for a while and nodded. If we work together, we should be able to do this. Then what are we waiting for? Dizong of Goguryeo could not wait. The others stared with their eyes wide open, still in shock. If the energy of the ghost realm was unstable, then this world may be destroyed. After all, the ghost realm was no longer a big world, but a small world. Come on. Tang Zheng used the law of space and released his power. Dizong of Goguryeo did the same. The two of them rose into the air at the same time and finally suspended above the sky. The sky was fragmented, like a broken glass bottle, covered with cracks like a spider web. Whoosh whoosh. Two rays of light rushed out from Tang Zheng and Dizong of Goguryeo's body and rushed into the sky. Boom boom. Two thunderous sounds. The sky shook violently. The law of space was spreading in all directions, stabilizing the sky little by little. The law of space was like glue, gluing the cracks little by little, so that they would not continue to expand. The others' eyes were about to pop out, looking at this strange scene. Their emotions were surging and they could not calm down. Tang Zheng and Dizong of Goguryeo seemed to have a tacit understanding and turned around. Whoosh whoosh. The two rays of light rushed straight to the ground. Amidst the rumbling, the earth stopped cracking, and the bottomless ravine stabilized. Dizong of Goguryeo's body swayed. He was only at the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm, and using the spatial law consumed the most energy. You should rest. I'll finish the rest of the work. The two of them had already completed the most difficult part, but the finishing work was not an easy task. Dizong of Goguryeo took a deep look at him. Is this the cultivation of the Saint Plane? After experiencing that fierce battle, he still had the energy to do so many things. He really wasn't someone that a 9th stage Mahayana stage cultivator could compare to. He couldn't help but yearn for it. If he could reach the Saint Realm, what a wonderful experience it would be. That was the true ultimate pursuit of a Shioja, and not the 9 grades of Mahayana. Tang Zheng had no distractions. His entire body erupted with resplendent light. Like a scorching sun, he soared into the sky and actually blended into the spiderweb-like sky. The light was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. Those spiderwebs gradually healed. When the light suddenly disappeared, all the cracks completely disappeared without a trace. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, especially the person who was like a god. Powerful. Everyone only had this thought in their hearts. Their emotions fluctuated, and there was no way to completely describe their feelings. Tang Zheng slowly floated down, like a god descending to the earth. Even Dizong of Goguryeo's mind was shaken. Is this a god? Tang Zheng ignored everyone's agitated mood. He looked down at the cracked earth and sighed helplessly. He could only heal the sky to its limit. He had no ability to heal the earth at all. We can only do this for the time being, Tang Zheng said helplessly. Dizong of Goguryeo woke up from a dream. He secretly used the spatial law and carefully perceived the world of spirits and souls. He found that the world of spirits and souls had stabilized, but this was also temporary. There were still risks. Only by returning the energy that the other party had taken away could the world of spirits and souls be truly stable. However, Dizong of Goguryeo still felt emotional. If it weren't for Tang Zheng's help, he would not have been able to do this. The world of spirits and souls would have been truly destroyed. This was good karma. The karma that he had sowed back then had now borne fruit. Every drink and every peck had its own destiny. It was the cycle of karma. Tang Zheng, thank you. Dizong of Goguryeo said sincerely. Tang Zheng shook his head and said shamefully, "This matter actually started because of me. If it weren't for what I did in the heavens beyond heaven, they definitely wouldn't have set their sights on your world of spirits and souls." Dizong of Goguryeo did not delve into the reason. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Otherwise, even if it weren't for you, their greed would be rising day by day. They would eventually set their sights on our world of spirits and souls, and commit the same crime." Tang Zheng stopped arguing and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Retrieve the energy that belongs to the world of spirits and souls," Dizong of Goguryeo said. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and said, "All right, you and I will go to the heavens beyond heaven. Hao Tianwang has put in so much effort to absorb the energy of the world of spirits and souls. He must be up to something big. Xiao Bai and the others may not be able to resist. Do we need to prepare anything? Hao Tianwang has many subordinates. If we want to attack, we must gather all of our men and horses. The army will press forward and win in one battle. We must not give the other party a chance to rise again." Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and set the tone. "The creatures in the world of spirits and souls are very special. Even the human world can't stay for long. Can they fight in the heavens beyond heaven for a long time?" Dizong of Goguryeo voiced his concern. Umo pondered for a moment and smiled. "If it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't be able to answer your question, because the heavens beyond heaven is quite different from the human world and the world of spirits and souls. The heavens beyond heaven doesn't have its own mother-child world, which means it doesn't have its own world of spirits and souls. After all living things die, their souls disappear into the world of spirits and souls. But now that the heavens beyond heaven has absorbed the energy of the world of spirits and souls, it has some of the characteristics of the world of spirits and souls, such as Yin Qi." Dizong of Goguryeo understood immediately. His eyes lit up and said, "So that's how it is. That means we can move freely in the heavens beyond heaven?" "Of course. Even if I can't for the time being, I can use the space law to mobilize the Yin Qi between heaven and earth. You will be safe and sound." Looking at Tang Zheng's confident look, Dizong of Goguryeo was no longer worried and said, "Then when do we set off?" Tang Zheng's heart moved. He looked at the tired creatures of the world of spirits and souls and said, "There's no hurry. Everyone has experienced such a fierce battle and needs to rest. Moreover, once we start marching, there's no turning back. We must plan a foolproof plan. Also, we must mobilize all the combat personnel that can be mobilized." "You mean it's not just our world of spirits and souls army?" "That's right. This concerns the survival of the human world. Naturally, the human world should contribute. Also, I will contact the Dragon Clan. Our three forces will march into the heavens beyond heaven together. We must eliminate Hao Tianwang." As he spoke, his killing intent soared, and the Vajra glared at him. A huge lotus flower spread out from under his feet, which then transformed into a lotus throne that lifted Umo up. Dizong of Goguryeo's eyes lit up and said, "Congratulations. The Ksitigarbha Sutra has reached the peak." Tang Zheng nodded slightly. He was not surprised by the changes in his body. The Ksitigarbha Sutra was closely related to the fate of the world of spirits and souls. At this moment, he had merged the fate of the world of spirits and souls into one. The Ksitigarbha Sutra had undergone earth-shattering changes. Chapter 1791. Tang Zheng left the ghost realm and returned to the human world. In the capital, everyone gathered. When they heard about Tang Zheng's plan, they all chose to remain silent. This matter not only concerned the survival of the ghost realm, but also the rise and fall of the human world. If they did not succeed, then they would really die. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu looked at each other and took the lead to express their stance. "Little Zheng, we support you. Whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, we are all your vanguard." Tang Zheng had already let go of his worries. Seeing his parents so supportive, he was moved and nodded. "Thank you." Cough cough. Suddenly, Tang Dahai walked in. Originally, he had been enjoying his old age and did not care about the world. This time, no one called him, But he heard the news and came on his own. These old bones of mine have enjoyed so much, it's time to move my muscles and bones. If I just play and do nothing, my body will rust. Little Zheng, you don't dislike this old bones of yours, right? Tang Dahai's statement made Tang Zheng stand up and hurriedly welcome him. Grandfather, you? Tang Dahai waved his hand and said heroically. If you want to refuse, then don't speak. I've already made up my mind. I'm going to the sky beyond sky. After cultivating for so long, I also want to try my skills. If you don't even fulfill this wish of mine, then I won't be able to rest in peace in the future. At this point, how could Tang Zheng refuse? He could only gratefully smile and say, "Thank you for your support, grandfather." There was no need for more words. Everyone stood up and expressed that they must go to the sky beyond sky and defeat Hao Tianwang. Tang Zheng did not do any mobilization work at all. The mobilization task was successfully completed. Looking at everyone's excited expression, Tang Zheng felt very gratified. These few days, everyone will do the final adjustments. When the Dragon Clan arrives, we will meet up with the Ghost Realm's army and rush to the sky beyond sky, Tang Zheng announced. In the next few days, everyone was full of energy. They were bound to adjust their state to the best to welcome the upcoming battle. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the sky. Golden light covered the sky and dyed the whole world gold. It was a spectacular sight. Everyone in the world couldn't help but look at the sky, not knowing what was going on. However, the pressure that came from the sky was enough to cause one's expression to change. What's going on? That's right. Is some kind of monster coming? Everyone was in a state of panic. Suddenly, golden light flashed, an enormous figure appearing in the 9 heavens. It was a massive creature. The most important thing was its appearance. Almost everyone recognized it. Dragon. The entire world was shaken. Countless pairs of eyes witnessed all of this. It couldn't be fake. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Some screamed, some ran away, and some knelt in worship. There were many different things in the world. Suddenly, another golden light flashed past, and another golden dragon appeared in the 9 heavens. Another dragon. Cries of surprise rang out in all directions. Before anyone could come back to their senses, golden light flashed, and then one golden dragon after another appeared in the sky. They were densely packed, blotting out the sky and forming an extraordinarily mighty dragon army. Immediately, everyone in the world was shocked, not knowing what to do. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky and charged towards the dragon army. As if he was not afraid of the terrifying dragon might at all. Everyone's eyes lit up. They stared at the figure at the same time, and kept guessing his identity. In this world, there's probably only one person who dares to challenge the Dragon Clan. It must be him. And he's the only one. The rumors of Tang Zheng had been spreading for a long time, and many people were no stranger to him. Therefore, when they saw this person who went against the trend, they naturally thought of Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng stopped in the 9 heavens and stood proudly. He looked at the dragon army and even felt gratified. Suddenly, the dragon race bowed respectfully to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's body and the dragon race were like one was a giant, and the other was as small as an ant. However, the dragon race all bowed to him and called him the dragon god. This scene completely shocked everyone in the world. In the common sense, the dragon race had always been high and mighty, symbolizing supreme status and power. However, now the dragon race was bowing to Tang Zheng. How was that possible? Many people wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes and blinked again. In the end, they were sure that they were not playing tricks on them. Everything was real. Hiss! Everyone gasped angrily, and their expressions were extremely interesting. Then they gave him a thumbs up and silently praised him. This was too awesome. In the world, people's feelings could no longer be described with words. A god. This thought appeared in many people's minds, and they regarded Tang Zheng as a god. With a loud shout, the others immediately echoed. Immediately, the cheers of the gods resounded throughout the world. Tang Zheng was so high up in the sky, and with his sharp ears and eyes he actually heard these voices. With his current strength, it was not an exaggeration to call him a god. Tang Zheng nodded to the dragon army and said, "Let's go home first. After dark, we will meet up with the ghost army and set off. If this continues, I'm afraid that people will be scared out of their wits." The Dragon King led the dragon race and said respectfully, "We obey the dragon god's orders." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Golden light flickered and flew to the ground. It was as if a golden meteor shower was falling from the sky. It was unforgettable and rare. In the capital, when the dragon army landed, they had already transformed into human form. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge uproar. The Dragon King and the other dragons looked around and looked at this new world. In the beginning, they almost lived in this world all the time. It was the greed of this world that gave birth to the devil fruit. The others were already in the open space to welcome the dragon army. The witches and some carefully selected warriors were looking at this special team. Many people were not clear about the relationship between Tang Zheng and the dragon race, and there were countless guesses. But looking at the dragon race's respectful appearance to Tang Zheng, they knew that Tang Zheng's prestige and power were far more powerful than they imagined. Tang Zheng briefly introduced and said to the Dragon King, "You've been working hard for half a day. Take a rest for half a day." In the middle of the night, a gust of cold wind blew, and the entire capital cooled down. Although it was early summer, the temperature was still creepy. Whoosh! A huge ghost gate opened in the villa area. Fortunately, there was no one else. Otherwise, they would definitely scare others. It was already the latter half of the night, when the yin qi was at its strongest. The living beings of the ghost realm could freely appear in the human world, without worrying about the threat of the yang qi. Dizong of Goguryeo took the lead and walked out of the ghost gate. The others followed like shadows, reminding him of the dangers of this mountain. Chapter 1792. The army of the ghost realm and the army of the dragon race converged and looked at each other. The dragon race was a very powerful existence to all realms, and the ghost realm was no exception. Therefore, seeing so many dragon race troops, the ghost realm's people were very confident. Above the 9 heavens, Tang Zheng used the law of space to open a spatial door. With a rumble, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One figure after another disappeared into the spatial door. When many ordinary people saw this scene, they were shocked to the extreme. Tang Zheng's current cultivation could already support the spatial door, allowing such a large army to easily pass through the spatial door without needing to rely on the Sumeru heavens. Heavens beyond heaven. A huge hole cut across the sky, and countless figures appeared in the sky. Tang Zheng led the army and arrived at heavens beyond heaven. Countless pairs of eyes looked at heavens beyond heaven curiously. This new world was really different, and the scenery was very different. Tang Zheng took the lead and flew straight to the wildlands. The others followed like shadows, majestic and endless. The wildlands was no longer the same as before. It was no longer a desolate scene, but full of vitality. There was a mountain in particular that stood proudly among the crowd, and its aura was majestic. Tang Zheng recognized that mountain at a glance and was shocked. Wasn't that Mount Huagua? This was indeed Mount Huagua. It was the 4 symbols that moved Mount Huagua to the wildlands. A waterfall fell from Mount Huagua like the Milky Way. Not only were there people living on Mount Huagua, there were also many animals. Squeak squeak. Many spiritual monkeys shuttled between Mount Huagua. It was full of vitality, making people feel relaxed and happy. From afar, a group of people rose into the sky from the wildlands to welcome Tang Zheng's army. When they saw Tang Zheng at the front of the crowd, they all bowed and called him alliance leader. These people were all from the Righteous Tao, and were the subordinates of the Righteous Tao alliance leader. When they saw the alliance leader return, they were all excited and overjoyed. Whoosh! A person heard the commotion, and flew down from the mountain of flowers and fruits. He directly arrived in front of Tang Zheng and hugged him tightly. "Kid, you're finally here," Tian Chanzi said excitedly. Tang Zheng smiled and patted Tian Chanzi's shoulder saying, "How are your carefree days in beyond heaven?" How am I free and unfettered? I'm completely working for you. Look, I'm almost skinny. I've been thinking about how to strengthen this group of people all day long." Tian Chanzi said bitterly, but in fact, he wasn't unhappy at all. Tang Zheng smiled and said mysteriously, "This time, I'm here to help you settle this once and for all." "What do you mean?" Tian Chanzi asked, puzzled. Tang Zheng shook his head but did not elaborate. "Master." Feng Shishir walked over and called out respectfully. Tian Chanzi laughed heartily. "Good disciple, you've made great progress in your cultivation. It seems that you haven't been lazy and have lived up to my teachings." Tang Zheng hugged Feng Shishir's slender waist and said, "This is our family Shishir's outstanding talent. It's not just the credit of an idle master like you." Tian Chanzi blushed and glared at Tang Zheng. He really didn't teach Feng Shishir well. He explained, "Isn't it too far away?" Tang Zheng laughed and said, "Everyone is gathered together again. Let's go in first. This time, I brought a lot of helpers for you." Tian Chanzi looked up. When he saw the Dragon Clan and the Dizong of Goguryeo, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. He was very confident in his own cultivation, especially during this period of time and beyond heaven. It was really like sitting on a rocket. Because he had already untied the knot in his heart and returned to the sect, his cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. However, when he saw the Dragon King and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, he still felt ashamed of his inferiority. He realized the gap between the two of them. He was really curious about who the Dragon King was, and how he could have such a shocking cultivation. The group of people entered the barbarian land. Tang Zheng admired the changes along the way and praised Tian Chanzi. He was so happy that he almost flew into the sky. "Hey, where's Xiaobai?" Tang Zheng looked around and couldn't help but be surprised when he didn't see Xiaobai. His Majesty led the warriors of the Witch clan to scout for information. The ancestor quickly walked out and explained. Tang Zheng greeted him and said, "Ancestor, long time no see." The ancestor looked at Tang Zheng with a smile and said, "His Majesty takes care of everything personally. Some time ago, he discovered a strange phenomenon in the sky, so he went to investigate." "A strange phenomenon in the sky?" Tang Zheng was moved and asked, "What strange phenomenon?" "I can't explain it clearly, but it must be related to Hao Tianwang." His Majesty was worried, so he went to find out what the traitor was doing. The ancestor said bitterly. Tang Zheng subconsciously looked at the Dizong of Goguryeo. The Dizong of Goguryeo was thoughtful, and turned to look at Tang Zheng. Both of them were moved and thought of the same thing. The Dizong of Goguryeo said in a deep voice, "Could it be related to the ghost world?" Tang Zheng nodded and said, "It must be the strange phenomenon caused by Dizong of Goguryeo absorbing the energy of the ghost world. Beyond heaven is a big world. What is Hao Tianwang scheming?" The ancestor was shocked and said angrily, "It's definitely not a good thing. Wouldn't His Majesty be in danger?" Tang Zheng shook his head and comforted. "Don't worry, Xiaobai is not weak, and he has the witch tribe warriors to protect him. There shouldn't be any problems." "The four symbols are also there," the ancestor added. Tang Zheng smiled and was even more relieved. He said, "Then there's no need to worry. The ancestor knows the strength of the four symbols. Even if there is danger, they can protect Xiaobai." The ancestor nodded hesitantly and said, "I still feel uneasy. Let's go find His Majesty as soon as possible." Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and said, "Let's settle them down. I'll go find him myself." The Dizong of Goguryeo was originally worried that the beings of the ghost world could not survive in beyond heaven, but now it seemed that it was unnecessary. It was still daytime in beyond heaven, and the Yangqi was quite strong, but they were safe and sound. He glanced at Tang Zheng and reminded him, "Tang Zheng, you were right earlier. Beyond heaven is indeed full of yin qi. We can live and fight normally." Tang Zheng nodded slightly. He also noticed this point, which meant that Hao Tianwang had indeed absorbed a lot of energy from the ghost world. He was probably plotting something big. "Dizong of Goguryeo, Dragon King, settle your people down and get used to it. I'm afraid a war will break out in a few days," Tang Zheng reminded. The two knew the seriousness of the matter, so they did not say much and nodded. "I'll go with you." The few girls finally came to beyond heaven, and their excitement was overflowing. Yi Dingdang, Wu, and Lu Qingmei had already been to Beyond Heaven. Tang Jing thought for a moment and waved to Fang Shishir. He said, Shishir, come with me and enjoy the scenery of Beyond Heaven. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.